think we shall start. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the workshop on science building capacity and exploring resources for implementing STI4SDG roadmaps. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how science, technology, innovation, STI, can accelerate on the progress, and how science and towards achieving SDGs, and what government can do to make this happen. First, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our host, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, for their gracious hospitality and support in making this event possible. This workshop brings together a diverse range of high-level officials, international experts, and key STI partners. Together, we will share country-level experiences, assess the need for support in the region, and discuss how we can leverage existing initiatives to contribute to the global guidebook for STI4SDG roadmaps. The workshop is also an opportunity to support follow-up to the Pact of the Future, which was just adopted by the world leaders. The entire section 3 of the Pact is dedicated to what government committed in order to realize the full potential of STI to achieve SDGs. The outcome of this workshop will play a key role in informing the preparation of the 10th Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science, Technology, Innovation for the SDGs. We are at a pivotal moment where collaboration, innovation, and strong partnership are more important than ever. I encourage you all to engage active discussions and share your expertise to shape the future of sustainable development. Thank you. I look forward to the productive conversations ahead. You may receive the latest program from the Secretariat, and you can see there's a quite long list of the speakers for each of the sessions. In this opening session, I have the honor to first introduce Dr. Ramsey, Assistant Secretary General, UN Resident Coordinator for Ethiopia. Dr. Ramsey, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, يسركم لما State Minister of Innovation and Technology, Excellency Professor Saidu, Director of Department of Information Science, Technology, and Innovation, colleagues from the UN, experts, please consider our proposal. So first of all, it's my great honor and privilege to be here today to this workshop. We are all exploring capacity and resources for implementing STI4SDGs roadmaps. And it's great that again we meet here in Addis Ababa. This is a convenient point of Africa. This is a place of many beginnings, as we say. It's a place of origins. So isn't that so amazing that we're meeting together to discuss this particular initiative here again? The voice is not clear enough? Okay, I'll try to speak even closer to the mic. So I hope that position allows you to hear me clearer, particularly to those colleagues online. So the fact that we collectively gather here and that we look into this particular issue is a testament that we are all committed to harness the transformative nature of the power of science, technology, and innovation to achieve sustainable development goals. I would like to extend a special welcome to our partners from UNDESA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, from UNESCO, from Future Africa, and the European Commission's Joint Research Center, the International Science Council, the Africa-Europe Science and Innovation Collaboration Platform, the International Research Center of Big Data and for Sustainable Development Goals. I hope I mentioned all partners who are present in this room. If not, again, please forgive me. Your collaboration and the fact that we are all together looking into that is exactly what we need to do to enhance the capabilities in developing countries and also to come up with innovative solutions towards the progress we need to achieve. So there have been a series of workshops, so there is a momentum already being built. The discussion will focus on creating inclusive processes and voluntary funding models to ensure robust and sustainable transformative roadmaps. We'll explore how to mobilize youth, diaspora, innovators, and private sector to actively engage in these efforts. Over the next 2 days, we will address challenges such as mapping of national stakeholders, strengthening network and partnerships, and identifying opportunities to build a capacity. We will also discuss the critical role of stakeholders in leveraging scientific knowledge for SDGs policymaking and ensuring adequate funding for research and development with focus on empowering women and girls in science. The objectives are very clear: to learn from country-level experiences, understand regional trends, and engage government officials and development partners in capacity development projects for 2024. The outcome of this workshop will contribute significantly to the 10th Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science, Technology, and Innovation for the SDGs, scheduled for May 7th and 8th. This forum, convened by the President of ECOSOC, His Excellency Robert Ray, will focus on advancing sustainable, inclusive science and evidence-based solutions for the Agenda 2030. It will align with high-level political forum on sustainable development, which will review key SDGs, including health, gender, quality, economic growth, ocean conservation, and global partnership. I'm confident that our discussion will be fruitful and that together we'll pave the way for innovative solutions and partnerships which will drive change in the continent. So I thank you all for being here. I thank you for your travel. Again, you're in beautiful Addis Ababa. You're in the heart of Africa. You're in the place of origin. So I do hope that in addition to the important deliberations which you will have here, you will also have time to visit this fascinating city, see some of the historic sites, and also feel yourself a part of the change in this vibrant heart of Africa. So I wish you very, very well in this workshop and all the success. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramis. Thank you so much for your warm welcome remarks. I'd like to hand over to the floor to Mr. Robert. He's a OIC of Technology, Innovation, Connectivity, and Infrastructure Development Division, UNECA.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramis Laburov, ESG, UN Resident Coordinator for Ethiopia, representative of the African Union, Her Excellency Leslie Olivier, Irish Ambassador to Ethiopia, Professor Mutoko Butani, International Science Council, colleagues of the UN, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you to the workshop on building capacity and exploring resources for implementing science, technology, innovation for sustainable development goals, roadmaps. Let me also welcome you to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Our apologies in advance that the United Nations Conference Centers you have seen is undergoing renovations to meet future technology requirements and needs. But I still hope that the facilities will be adequate for inspirational discussions. Let me, at the outset, thank DESA for co-organizing this workshop with ECA. I have to say that the group of experts that we have managed to put together working with our team here at this year is truly impressive. Thank you for. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a crucial time. 2030 is only half a decade away from the war, and the world is facing numerous crises that we did not anticipate a decade or so ago. Political, environmental, economic, and health crises, among others, are threatening to derail the attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To name just a few of these challenges, about 429 million people are currently living in abject poverty. About 60% of youths in Africa are out of school. Over 600 million Africans have no access to electricity on the continent. Only a third of Africans have access to internet at a time when digitalization is transforming every aspect of society. Youth unemployment is estimated at 420 million, significant negative consequences which we have all seen over the years. Climate change is estimated to cost 2 to 5% of Africa's global product, gross domestic product, GDP. So I think we have our work cut out, to say the least. Many of these challenges are linked directly to the 6 transitions to deliver the SDGs recently adopted. These include food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, and climate change, biodiversity, loss, and pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, as you devise the tools, science, technology, and innovation policy making, you should keep in mind that several countries are facing interlinked complex challenges. For instance, climate change induced drought in some countries in Southern Africa have led to major crop failures as well as energy crisis that is affecting all sectors, resulting in further slowing down of economic outputs of countries already facing high debt burdens. Therefore, both the tools of policy making, such as the guidebook for preparing STI, the SDG roadmaps, as well as the policies themselves, have to be innovative and adopt multi-pronged approaches likely to deliver greater impact at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop will partly look at how countries can deliver science, technology, and innovation roadmaps that are inclusive and aimed at accelerating the realization of SDGs. There are a few lessons that we have learned over the years in this regard, and let me highlight a few here. First, there is need to help countries to prioritize areas where STI can make a great impact, and this may differ from one country to another. While it sounds easy, the desire to be comprehensive, exhaustive, and accommodative tends to overshadow prioritization. Second, we must identify and involve key stakeholders needed to successfully implement activities to meet intended goals. For instance, if we need to industry or local communities in implementation, then let us work with them from the design stages so that their concerns and interests are taken on board. I think the point here is that we should not just develop policies and hand it over to others to implement. We must involve those who are implementing right from the start. Third, most efforts and resources are invested in design of policies and very little in policy implementation. Just like we build capacity for policy design, we should also build capacity to implement. This entails coordination, resource mobilization, monitoring, and evaluation of those policies that we develop. And let me also say that we should harness available resources such as the UN SDG funds that is actually created for this purpose. Fourth, we must have enough space for changes to be accommodated. Policies are sometimes designed so rigid that even when circumstances change, the institutional arrangement do not provide room for creative, continuous reviews and alteration of impacts. Finally, policy making is a continuous process that should not stop once a policy is adopted. calls for institutional arrangements that may be drawn from different disciplines, sectors, and fields. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you some ongoing efforts that we are undertaking here at ECA. First, ECA developed the STI policy design and implementation guides to help countries to develop policies that are likely to be implemented. The guide was born out of the request by the African Union and the government of South Sudan. It is a useful tool for countries designing STI roadmaps. At the operational level, ECA is developing the Origin Research and Innovation Hub as a sustainable continental interdisciplinary platform where Africa's brightest and innovative talents solve complex problems faced by the society and industry, co-invent technological scientific breakthroughs, and showcase new and emerging African inventions and innovations. The first of 5 regional hubs is in Kenya, hosted by Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and Dekut Science and Technology Park. Activities of the hub include the Origin Practical Field Labs that bring students and researchers from the US and Africa to design solutions to community challenges. Open semiconductor platform for research and production of semiconductors, home and personal care product research and innovation, as well as improve aid roads, among others. These are all areas that we face in tremendous challenges on the continent. This initiative aims to solve. Some of the Origins partners have included MIT, Purdue University, Penn State University, Carnegie Mellon University, and Semiconductor Technologies Limited, as well as government agencies in Cameroon, Namibia, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Origin is solving current challenges while building skills, talents, and businesses to unlock Africa's development potential. I call on you to work with us to build a truly continental platform for inventing Africa's future. As I head towards the end, another challenge that I have to highlight, which is an area that ECA is having an effort, is the research capacity, is Alliance Entrepreneurial University in Africa, which is an initiative that ECA has been involved in. It was launched a year ago. The Alliance seeks to stimulate African universities to seek and nurture 1 million startups with an annual revenue of 200 million in a decade. So by 2033, we currently have 42 official members and another 40 participating universities. The aim is to ensure that all viable research outputs are commercialized at home and abroad. Entrepreneurial individuals and entities are supported at home and abroad, and sharing of good practices, information, and business. I think, let me just end with one last initiative that ECA is involved in. In partnership with Google and other private public entities, we are upskilling over 5,000 youth educators from 14 African countries in digital technologies such as AI and robotics, of which the national winners will represent their countries at the World Robot Olympiad this year. Our aim is to attract more students to STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics fields, and careers, especially females, who are key in building research capacity in Africa. We are also working with Rwanda to develop STEM Center of Excellence for Africa. Other similar centers of excellence are in Congo, artificial intelligence, and Togo, where we have Center of Excellence for cyber security. As you can see, ECA is open for business in the area of science and technology, and we welcome you all to partner with us. I wish you a successful deliberation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. Before I move to the keynote speaker of the opening session, I'd like to just make sure the colleagues in the room can hear well the speakers. I encourage you to use this device I try to figure out, actually, you need to channel it right. There's a far left channel in order to make sure you hear it. There's a bunch of other channels you can't hear it. It's just, you have to tend to the far right. Sorry, far left channel, yes. So that's just on the logistical announcement to make sure, especially the colleagues to the far end of the other side of the room, to make sure you can hear well. So it's my great honor to introduce the next speaker, the keynote of opening session. Professor Mahanga is a professor of MIT, and he's also a champion on the science, technology, and the society issues. Over to you, Professor.
Thanks, colleagues, friends. Can you hear me? Thank you. I would like to focus on ground level analysis, especially with the idea of resourcing as opposed to just financing. This is coming from an experience I have been having with colleagues at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in Kenya, but also things that are happening under the radar in my country of origin, Zimbabwe. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that the initiatives in Kenya started on the floors of the United Nations in New York, where we are beginning to see the power of strategic convening as a catalyst for realizing the SDGs through STI. Case in point was the Africa Day last year in May to create the new partnerships. In particular, I want to raise 5 points in response to one keynote point framing this workshop. Quote, often excellent policy documents, laws, and legislations are created, yet they have little to no impact on the population. Excellencies, colleagues, I want to suggest that perhaps it's an oversight on our part where we are very high level and tend to either speak for or omit from the conversation people on the ground that make things happen. The first point is the place of people and everyday innovation in STI. We are not creating for them, we are creating with them, and we are actually learning from them. And so what could be useful is to engage people as active STI agents, because people are already actively engaged in making and deploying STI. In Zimbabwe, we have seen people, when their backs are against the wall in everyday life, they have been very resourceful. Each time I go back to Zimbabwe, which is every June to August, I see a lot of transformations that are happening in everyday life. The second relates to education. What is the role of the university in society? Julius Nyerere once said that the role of the university is defined by what kind of a society we are trying to create. I do not think that our universities are anywhere close to addressing that possibility, but I'm very optimistic about the winds of transformation that's sweeping the university. Our universities are waking up to that. In particular, I'm seeing some very interesting things in terms of holistic skills development. By the time I arrived in Nyeri at Dedan Kimathi, I already saw them processing their own coffee, transforming their science of understanding the genetics of coffee and how that could be used to affect new seeds so that farmers can get quality seed where they used to get pretty much substandard seed. The challenge, and now they make their own coffee. Every time I take 10 packets, if you go to Dedan Kimathi, you're also going to be eating coffee yogurt, coffee flavored yogurt. I have not seen that anywhere in the world, and I've traveled quite a bit. These are several examples of a university that's speaking to the needs of its society. In Zimbabwe, a polytechnic college called Kushinga Pikelela has established an industrial hub in my hometown called Maronde, where anyone who has got an idea and a design can come and get equipment and space to transform it into actual product. It's open to, it's actually in a place where we used to play plastic football, self-made plastic football. Very, very impressive. It's serving the community. We need more of that equipment. I understand that equipment came from India through a bilateral partnership. Some of the examples of cooperations that can happen between countries initiated by enterprising leadership in the higher education sector. Second example is the Zimbabwean government's integrated skills expansion and outreach program. We need to get away from the urban centricity of STI. Rural industrialization is a key imperative. If you go to Germany, what are called hidden champions of Germany, which make very small, inconspicuous things, the things that turn all our technologies, very small, but without which these things would be useless. That's the power of Germany. It's not Volkswagen, it's not BMW, it's not Mercedes-Benz. And you are going to see them dotted all around the country. I've traveled in Germany solely to appreciate the power of the hidden champions. Third point is resourcing. And I emphasize resourcing in contradistinction to financing. I think we should not assume that finance or financing is everything, that it is a prerequisite to doing good things. I'm a historian of pre-colonial Africa. What I do know is that the empires of Aksum, the Great Zimbabwe, and others, Timbuktu is another one, were not necessarily built using money. There was resourcing that took place. We need to audit and efficiently target what's already there. In the UN system alone, having conversations across the various agencies can enable us to see what kind of resources each one has. I can think of several. The country office is a good starting point. I saw the power of the country office when Koika funded this very wonderful program for rural green jobs. It's called Green Jobs for Rural Youth Employment. Today in my own village, we have got young people who have turned their lives around through various projects, from horticulture to a whole range. We have internships in the UN system, scholarships, and I think that this could be pulled towards funding students, enabling students to attend things like the practical field lab, like the origin lab that we have started, without adding another cent to the UN fiscus. Collaborating through pooling capabilities in two areas, equipment and skills. These do not need money. They just need common sense and a willingness to be partners in something. If I am made to choose between money and equipment, I will choose equipment because I've seen the power of fab labs and so forth. One thing that I need to underscore is that continental pride must be backed up by continental investment. That continental investment is not always money. However, I do know the power of the African Development Bank. I think that there needs to be closer engagement between the African Development Bank and universities that have a very vibrant value proposition. And I think the private sector must open up to the idea that universities don't necessarily need to come to them for humanitarian, social, corporate social responsibility money, but for a bankable idea that they can partner on to make a product. The question is, are our universities stepping up to the plate? How can they do so? In my view, simply looking at the university from a monolithic perspective, where only we are dealing with partnering a university, as opposed to a consortium of university funding a particular idea, I think to me, the latter is a much better option than funding a university. I do know the power of Arua and the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities. The question is, I think we need to move beyond the rhetoric of entrepreneurial universities to actually showing that there is something entrepreneurial going on. Two things. The diaspora and youth are often talked about as blocks that need to be mobilized. Concerning the youth, I was in Kenya when Gen Z led the protest against the finance bill. People like to talk about the politics. I am a keen student of how Kenya has always interacted with incoming things and rendered them technological. Case in point, one was the cell phone and how it transforms ideas circulating around society regarding how you move money quickly in a hyperinflationary environment. And the result was M-Pesa. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B was how it was that this young generation could mobilize on a vast scale globally in order to get their voice here. I also note that some of these tools that some of us early on assumed to be bringing an element of cultural imperialism are actually domesticated into tools of research and researching oneself in terms of being. And this is one of the things that we saw in Kenya. The question is, when we have crises in Africa, do we audit some of these things that could be rendered technological? I think it's high time we begin to think in our intelligence, particularly intelligence services. How do you think about these moments as building blocks for futures that speak to African generations, even if they may have a purpose that is either positive or negative at the time? I think it is a mistake to just move over and forget about these moments. We need to think of them as generative. Last point I'll say is, so I say that the youth are already doing things. They're already mobilizing, with or without policymakers. Make no mistake about it, they are mobilizing. It's either we have to catch up to them or be with them and galvanize that force into a force of change. The same with the diaspora. I am always amazed when I go back home by how many people are buying not just urban real estate, but increasingly now land in Zimbabwe. I saw this phenomenon in Kenya. I'm now seeing this in Zimbabwe. I had seen it in Uganda. And I think that the time is now ripe to understand what is the diaspora, what does it want? What is it doing? What is it doing? What is it not doing? Where exactly can policy set? How best do we engage them?
Thank you so much, Professor Mohanga, for the very thought-provoking speech. You are underlying several issues, including the hidden champion from the communities. You are underlying the issues on the financing STI, issues of youth, diasporas. So really appreciate for your insight. I'm sure you will continue to provide your input throughout today's intervention, and I leave it to following sessions. It's my great honor to introduce the next keynote speaker, Professor Motoko Akane. She is the UN Secretary General's 10-member group's member. She is also a professor of Tohoku University, Japan, and vice president of International Science Council. Professor Floyd.
First of all, it's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to speak with you and discuss how we can leverage science for the accelerating SDGs. So as we live in uncertain, unpredictable world, it gets more important than ever to have foresight and horizon scanning action with evidence-based analysis for emerging issues by using collective intelligence. A question here is how we leverage science for accelerate SDGs progress. In order to support the implementation of SDGs, the TFM, technological facilitation mechanism, was introduced, made up with the three parts: IATT, STI Forum, and 2030 Connect. And the 10-member group, which I was appointed last February, provide advice to IATT prepare for STI Forum. That's the current one, met in person for the first time at the STI Forum in last May, and will meet again in 2 weeks in Switzerland. I understand that my role is to work with Xavier, he's here, my colleague at the 10-member group, to bring back the outcome from this workshop to the 10-member group, convey the message and link it to the next year's STI Forum, to have opportunity to get wider attention and a deepen argument from different perspectives. So now let me start with the ambitious Pact of the Future, which see in the floor. You can make it the first one, but not this editorial mode, but presentation mode. Okay, maybe it's okay. I don't need it. Okay, so let me start with the ambitious Pact of Future, which was adopted at the UN General Assembly 2 weeks ago, to make the organization more relevant and effective on the global stage. It should be remarked that it starts with Action 1, which mentioned about SDGs and no one behind society. And the whole session 3 is devoted to science, technology, and innovation and digital cooperation, and include Annex 1, digital, global digital compact. It shows high expectation to STI4SDGs was a realization of the society that the future should. Therefore, we gather in this workshop have a responsibility not only to identify priority areas and specific action which STI can contribute effectively, but also to provide the necessary pathway and purpose of the mechanism by which that we can work. I would like to thank to the working group for planning the timely publication of the second guidebook in order to review and guide its activity today in order to deliver clear results toward the 2000 SDGs within 6 years and to link them to direction to the post-SDGs. Evaluation and monitoring are vital. We understand that along the first guidebook and guiding principle, the pilot countries and partner countries were selected to launch the model project for SDGs roadmap toward the SDGs. It proved successful by looking at SDGs indices of these countries, pilot countries. The next step is to mobilize these initiatives and experiments to expand those national and bilateral initiatives into the regional level and into mechanisms for global transformation. The SDGs are important goals shared by the world, but in realizing there are different social and economic conditions, crucial background, different challenges, and expectation and well-being cannot be achieved in such context and ignored. In the Pact of Future, Action 29 says scaling up the means of implementation to developing countries to strengthen their science, technology, and innovation capacity. That is a core question we should address. The next page, please. So in Japan, the ODA, next page, please. It doesn't matter, I just continue. In Japan, the ODA Charter was revised last year. The co-creation of Japan and partner countries should be one of the significant approach for making innovation. JICA, some of our colleagues from JICA is here. So JICA is expanding project in 150 countries and regions with a base of 96 overseas offices and 14 domestic offices, and that has a large capability to promote co-creation with researchers locally and globally. In the digital sector, on creating a digital ecosystem and enable environment in partner countries. Digital public infrastructure, especially data exchange platform, which is expected to provide quality science, service, and contribution to increasing social and economic opportunity for all. Maybe next page, please. I wanted to show the SATREPS. So SATREPS is a very unique scheme for co-creation among development practitioner and researcher through the blend of fund from ODA and research and inclusion of human resource development in this country. So I'm sure there must be good practices and initiative at national level like this. How we share the technology and mechanisms developed at national level and integrate them is a key challenge for the sixth transitions. Having concrete practice of STI4SDGs roadmap in local SDGs and sectorial SDGs on United UN platform would be useful to advance bottom-up activity for SDGs and develop STI funding tracks in existing funding mechanism to attract public-private partnership. Next page, please. Okay, so let me close my presentation with several suggestions to be explored, minimize trade-offs, and maximize synergy between SDGs and leverage STI. First, fully use the 2030 Connect Online technology platform to actively share technology solutions, STI politics and practices, and measure UN STIS initiative. Second, probably this is most important, scaling up STI4SDGs roadmap initiative in international, national, local, and sectorial level through the partnership like coalition on science technology innovation for Africa's development. The North-South, South-South collaboration built with trust should be promoted more strongly, and I recommend to expand this initiative to wider different the region, like the Asia, Pacific, or Latin American Caribbean. Third, promoting digital transformation in developing countries in the co-creation. Fourth, providing capacity building program for policymakers, women, and youth globally. The fifth, enchanting science policy, societal interface, facilitate dialogue on emerging technology, such as the widespread ability of artificial intelligence, offer both opportunity and risk. Collaborative and transdisciplinary approach with a multi-stakeholder, the multilateral system should be encouraged. So establishing the communication channel with a permanent representative in New York is a key to fostering better understanding and collaboration. Among member countries, inputs from international academic communities should be more systematically obtained. Collaborative relation with major development focused organizations, including ISC, OECD, ECGRC, WHO, WFO, and AU should be strengthened. The UN-led discussion STI4SDGs roadmap is a key policy tool for promoting system thinking and integrated policy support, as well as mobilizing resources. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish we are having a fruitful discussion mechanism for SDGs roadmap for the sixth transition. Sorry, I cannot show.
Thank you so much, Professor Motoko. Thank you for your excellent keynote speak. I'd like to first congratulate the opening session for all the speakers in the opening session. We are a little bit behind of the time, so we want to speed up in the next session in the high-level segment. And in that connection, I'd like to hand over the moderator's role, who very likely to do better job than me to keep the time. So Professor John Mugabe, he's in the program, but I understand he's has some personal reason cannot join the meeting today. Hope he will feel better soon. So, but I'd like to invite my dear colleague from ECA, Dr. Robert, to continue moderate the next session. Over to you, Dr. Robert.
Thank you. Thank you so much for ambushing me, giving me the hard task of controlling high-level speakers to speak for just 5 minutes each. But this session is very important segment, STI policy and investment for advancing SDGs towards national and regional strategic blueprints for advancing STI. So we're going to have 4 speakers. I kindly ask you to use about 5 minutes, each of you. So I think that we will have some space for a bit of discussion on burning issues after that. So let me start with His Excellency Yeshurum Alimayu, State Minister of Innovation and Technology and Digital Economy of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor for the mint. So the discussion points that I'm going to raise is on the STI policies in relation to the SDG goals, and also the policy instruments, policy directions, and the fruits that we are achieving from it. Especially, I want to focus on the challenges that STI is using the STI as a key pillar of national strategy. Challenge that hinders STI as a key pillar for national development strategy. So when we see this, STI is very important, and it is ideally, we say it is a key pillar for development, but sometimes there are challenges. So I will raise the challenges in 3 phases. The first phase is when developing the STI policy. So the preparation phase. And the second phase will be on the implementation phase. And the third phase will be on the resources. Resource constraints can be challenged during designing the policy. There are challenges during implementation. So there are challenges when I get deep into the idea. regarding the preparation stage, there are 2 points to raise. One is gaps in considering assessments. So without having effective gap assessment, readiness assessment, the policy cannot be implemented. So it is a big challenge. So it should be designed as per the actual problems. So it's not good to copy a policy from somewhere. So we have to consider the problems on the ground. So the STI policy has to solve that problem. So we should consider that when designing or when implementing the policy. The policy has to solve existing problem. If it is African problem, it has to solve the African problem. If it is Ethiopian specific problem, or it is Addis Ababa's specific problem, so it has to solve such kinds of problems. So we have to consider that. We have to not copy and paste from somewhere and then try to implement that. So that will take time and resource, and it will be a great challenge. The other thing is not having a clear implementation roadmaps. Without having a clear implementation roadmap, if we develop an STI policy, it will not be implemented. We have to have a roadmap to implement that. So we have to be guided to that roadmap, and then we will succeed. So on the definition or design phase, we have to consider the gaps. We have to have assessment, readiness assessment, gap assessment, and then we have to see how we are going to implement. So the implementation roadmaps. So these are in the first category. The second one is during implementation. During implementation, within the policy, maybe we will define different projects. If that projects are not aligned with the national development strategy, so the national government or the implementing agent will not be interested with the projects that are defined on the policy document. So the projects that are going to be defined on the policy has to be aligned with the national development plan. So because it needs political commitment and also resource mobilization. So because of that, it may be the other challenge. For example, if the government or if the national development strategy wants, for example, from my sector, if it wants cloud system to store data rather than building physical data centers, then if one project is defined to build a national data center, so it is not aligned with the national development plan, so it will not be implemented because the government is not planning to give green light to implement that. So it will be another hindrance. So we have to consider this very important issue. The third one is the resource. We have defined, or we have the STI policy and also the implementation roadmap. Then if there is no required resource, or if we don't have a resource like skill and also technology, then we will not implement it. So we should have the required skill and also the technology. So we have to close the gap, the technology gap, and also the skill gap, so that it will be implemented. So when it comes to our country, we have experience on that. So the other thing is that in the context of the resource, the financial and also the technical constraints that hinder implementation of STI recommendation. So in our case, we have a STI policy which was enacted in 2021. Because of the STI policy, we have different strategies. Among that is the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy. So we have been implementing this Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy for the last 3 years. So as per the recommendation within strategy, because of the policy, we have liberalized the telecom sector. Also, we have developed the electric source, power source, and also expansion of electronic services, and the emergence of electronic commerce trends. These are because of the strategy, the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy. But sometimes from having this, then we have conducted a midterm review on the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, and that midterm review showed us due to technical and financial and also different gaps, resource gaps, it was not totally successful, not totally, but partly it is not as per what we designed. So it is because of the skill gap, the financial lack, and also the technical cost constraints. So in general, resource also hinder STI to be one of the key pillars in the national development strategies. So when designing, when implementing STI policy, we have to consider these three cases. We have to consider the challenges during the design stage, then the implementation stage, and overall, we have to consider the gaps, the resource gaps that may hinder us not to implement it as a key pillar for our development strategy.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for highlighting the challenges at three key stages in STI strategy development: preparation, implementation, and resource constraint. I'm sure we'll come back to that during the discussion. But let me go now to the next speaker, Her Excellency Leslie Olivia, Irish Ambassador to Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. State Minister, very pleased to join you, and my thanks to UNECA and Yurgis as well for hosting us this morning. I'm very happy that the Irish Embassy can take part for the third time in this forum, and I'm looking forward to welcoming you this evening, some of you to the Embassy for some informal networking as well. Professor Matoko spoke about the Pact for the Future and the revitalization of the SDGs and the 16 new actions, or the 16 actions under the Pact for the Future that concern this area. And I think one thing to say at the outset is that science, technology, and innovation are perhaps more critical now than they were, more prominent now than they were when the SDGs were first adopted 9 years ago. And so there is a need to evolve how we engage with implementing STI actions. And I suppose that the potential for the transformative nature of STI is as clear as ever, that the threats around STI are also perhaps more evident, and whether that's from the emergence of AI, weapons, or, and I think critically, the failure to deliver equitable knowledge transfer to provide innovators with the capabilities to address critical challenges. So what I thought I would do today, and keeping an eye, of course, on the time, Robert, I think that's very important, always good in conferences to do that, is reflect briefly on Ireland's experience in this space, both internally and in our external engagement, particularly around where our STI policies and roadmaps, what we've learned and perhaps what we've changed in the last period of time. As a small open economy, Ireland relies very heavily on external demand, on international markets for sustainable and continued growth. And research and innovation has long been recognized as pivotal to that sustainable economic growth, and to how we have in the past and how we will in the future address the social, economic and environmental challenges. In May 2022, Ireland launched a new research and innovation strategy called Impact 2030, and I think there's no coincidence that it shares the 2030 deadlines, taglines with the SDGs. As a strategy, it is of course aligned as well with our National Development Plan, something which the State Minister referred to, which is absolutely critical to the success of strategies like these. And this whole of government strategy, Impact 2030, brings together actors from across government and the R&I system to leverage our national performance to date. The strategy's ambitions are to maximize the impact of research and innovation on public policy making and implementation, to drive competitiveness, and to ensure a strong focus on collaboration, whether that's collaboration at the national level, through our membership of the European Union, or through global engagement. And the strategy established a new statutory research funding agency, Research Ireland, to drive coherence in our approach and break down silos which might hinder work. And I think that's one area where this particular segment has a focus on, well, what are the hindrances, and silos are definitely those, and that's what we learned, and what we brought from that was this new all-in-one agency, so to speak. And the agency's work is also complemented by that of an office called Knowledge Transfer Ireland, which is the national office working under our enterprise agency that connects every part of our science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, from small businesses to the research arms of large multinationals, from investors to institutes of technology, so that opportunities are not missed. And I think that's probably a second issue that I would highlight. How do you ensure opportunities are not missed? And then a sort of a third part of it, which was new to our system, was that the implementation of the Impact 2030 strategy is led by a new cabinet level minister who has particular convening power. And the first person to hold that role is now actually our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister. And it was his baby, so to speak, and he brought it forward. And it's interesting how he, particularly as a younger leader, someone under the age of 40, was clear that this convening power is an important part of research policy frameworks. I wanted to highlight one particular area of the government's new approach, which has a direct focus on SDG implementation. Together with Research Ireland, Irish Aid, which is the development agency of the Irish government, has established the SDG Challenge, which seeks to support diverse transdisciplinary teams to develop sustainable solutions to development challenges. And that's basically a funding mechanism. And through that, we've supported 4 Africa-Ireland partnerships with a strong focus on SDG implementation. We have African partners between our higher education institutes and Makerere University in Uganda, Mzuzu University in Malawi, the Malawi University of Business and Applied Science, and the Southern African Institute for Policy and Research in Zambia. And that's an annual funding call, and that's specific to the SDGs, and that is very much integrated into our overall research strategy. And then speaking of Irish higher education institutions, I think the importance of HEIs in research and innovation and science and technology strategies can't be understated. Our University College Dublin, for example, has multiple linkages to SDG implementation projects, including here, including in Africa, but globally as well. And then I suppose the point I'm trying to put across there, and I suppose the final point of this initial reflection, is around the question of talent and nurturing and retaining talent within your STI ecosystem. And this is one area that was very specifically highlighted in our research and innovation strategy. And I think one that as a government, we recognize is not easy. It's not easy to retain and nurture talent in a country that has plenty of resources, or in countries that struggle a little bit more. And many of this, the flight of academics, etc., is an issue for all countries. And I believe that all STI policies should consider the question of talent retention as part of development. So thank you very much for including Ireland in your forum, and I hope that the next few days will allow for a sharing of experience and ideas in this critical area.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and I think that we look forward to the reception in the evening. 2 points that one could take. The issue of aligning with national development plans, aligning SCIs with national development plan. I think Your Excellency, the State Minister of Ethiopia mentioned it, and we've heard it from Ireland as well. And another thing that I picked up was the strong institutions that are in place to support STI for development. You do have the research funding agency, Research Ireland, and things like that. Very important. So let's move to the next speaker now. That would be the representative from the African Union. I'm not sure if Professor Sedu Matugu, the director, is here, but hopefully there's a representative. Yes, I see that we have the African Union here. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, facilitator, Sir in charge. Good morning. A very warm welcome to Addis, which we like to call the capital of Africa. My name is Mahlet Tashoma Kabeda from the African Union Commission. I serve as the science policy expert currently in charge of coordinating the development of our continental strategy. I will be speaking on behalf of Professor Saidou Madugu, who is unavoidably held up due to prior commitments, but sends the following message. Your Excellencies, State Minister of Innovation, Technology and Digital Economy of Ethiopia, Ambassador of Ireland to Ethiopia, Under Secretary General, Director of UNESCO, Addis Ababa Office, all distinguished panel members of all sessions. As a global community, nations have heavily invested and agreed on a comprehensive framework to address 17 of what was agreed to be the goals when addressing the pressing challenges of our planet. These are the Sustainable Development Goals. We here all agree that achieving all the 17 ambitious goals requires a transformative approach that harnesses the power of STI, hence the reason for these series of workshops. As the STI community, we are enthusiastic in our discussion on the STI4SDGs roadmaps, which provide us a strategic blueprint for leveraging STI to accelerate progress towards the SDGs in Africa. This year should particularly fuel the momentum in implementing STI4SDGs at various levels. The AU theme for this entire year, as you all know, had been dedicated to education under the slogan, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa. The AU has since been seized with regalvanizing member states towards achieving of the continental education strategy and the SDG4 targets, mobilizing our governments and development partners to rethink education models and skills development in Africa and implementing declarations on education at the UN and AU levels towards meeting our SDG4 and the CESA or the continental education targets. Education hence remains a vital tool for nation building. Likewise, knowledge and capacity strengthening for R&D, for innovation and technology are indispensable facets of any inclusive growth and sustainable development. At the beginning of this month, alongside UNESCO, we hosted an important conference on transforming knowledge for Africa's future, where the International Decade for Sciences for Sustainable Development was launched. We had stimulating discussions where on strategies that actually nurture sciences in Africa and beyond, advancing inclusion, diversity, equality, freedom, and accessibility to STI. Ladies and gentlemen, we therefore stand at the precipice of a new era, one that is defined by transformative power of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. Africa, with its vibrant youth and flourishing scientific spirit, is showing great promise towards claiming its place as a global leader in the knowledge economy. You are all aware of, or hopefully we hope you are aware that we are currently developing our continental strategy, the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which is our decadal strategy that articulates Africa's STI focus within the AU 2063 agenda. The implementation of STISA 2024 had been under review, whereby the lessons learned were taken stock of, culminating in key recommendations to be considered in the development of the next iteration of the continental strategy, that we call STISA 2034. The development of this continental strategy has been initiated just this year through a highly consultative process comprising of all the key STI stakeholders in the continent, including most of our UN partners. As things stand, a draft continental strategy is ready to be considered by the AU policy organs for final adoption, starting at November by the member states ministers of STI and the AU summits in early 2025. The strategy has proposed a bold and ambitious mission to harness the transformative power of STI in accelerating Africa's transition into a knowledge-based and innovation-driven continent. This mission is rooted in the recognition that STI is not just a tool for economic growth, but a fundamental driver for socio-economic development, improved quality of life, and sustainable prosperity. Allow me to mention the key strategic priorities contained in the STISA 2034. One is accelerating sustainable and inclusive industrialization. The second is building human capital, infrastructure, and skills. Third is building African capacities in frontier and emerging technologies. The fourth is to strengthen science diplomacy and partnerships. Fifth is to engage the private sector. And finally, to address the inequalities in youth and gender. For each of these strategic priorities, clear objectives on the role of STI are elaborated along with an indicative list of actions to meet these objectives. Therefore, considering the various mandates, initiatives, and programs of intergovernmental institutions, policy coherence and convergence is very important to strengthen and really exploit synergies across STI policy areas with really important cross-border impacts such as industry, agriculture, health, and environment. And so the thematic focus of our meeting this next 2 days, building capacity and exploring resources, will allow for agency on ways and means of acquiring and transforming knowledge, building capacities in frontier and emerging technologies, taking into account the need for employing technology assessment and technology forecasting to ensure relevance, to ensure efficiency, and preparedness for the impact of technologies on our socioeconomic development. So exploring resources through partnerships, enhancing science diplomacy at that, and exploring innovative ways of funding STI should be key components of our roadmaps. So on behalf of the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation at the African Union Commission, I wish to extend our thanks for the invitation and continued engagement in these discussions for impact. These discussions are sure to contribute significantly to our common efforts to achieve the SDGs through STI. We look forward to implementing the outcome of the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Malek. I think you have underscored the importance that the AU attaches to STI. The evidence is that the team of AU is on education, and you now develop a strategy for the continent for STI. Now, we'll move to the last speaker for this session, and this is Miss Rita Mizuno. She's the director of UNESCO Addis Ababa. Okay, I see that she is here. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, State Minister from Innovation Science and Technology from Ethiopia, Under Secretary General, Your Excellency, the Ambassador from Ireland, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As UNESCO, we are very honored to participate this morning with you in this workshop. And I would like to extend a warm welcome also to all of you and express my gratitude to ECA as well as the UN DESA for organizing this important event. Why is this workshop very timely? I think it is very timely. As our colleague from the African Union just said, the development of the African Union's new 10-year strategy, STISA 2034, as well as the recent Pact for the Future, offer a unique opportunity for Africa to harness the full potential of science, technology, and innovation. So to capitalize on these momentum, it is important that we create a supportive policy environment to foster a culture of innovation, but as well as to build the necessary STI capacities, which are very important for the continent. As we strive to achieve the SDG goals, harnessing the transformative power of science, technology, and innovation is no longer an option, but it is a necessity. The sobering reality presented in the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report underscores the urgency of accelerating this progress. As UNESCO, we welcome this STI4SDG roadmaps initiative. And this workshop here for the next 2 days serves as a vital platform to build capacity and to explore resources crucial for effective implementation of these roadmaps at national level, but with a greater aggregational impact at the continental level. The Ghanaian STI roadmap exemplifies how strong political will, multi-stakeholder engagement, and international cooperation can lead to a successful roadmap development. But we do need further steps. We need implementation. And as UNESCO, we have long championed the integration of STI in national development strategies. We are actively engaged in the UN Interagency Task Team, collaborating on the development of the second guidebook for STI4SDGs roadmaps. Additionally, through our GoSpin methodology, we support member states in mapping their STI systems and identifying strategic gaps. So I think this focus of the workshop directly aligns with UNESCO's core priorities, and we would like to emphasize the following. It is very important to promote inclusive and participatory process, also to foster interdisciplinary collaboration, strengthen our STI networks and partnerships, but also not to forget to address the issue of gender equality and inclusion. Also important to build the capacity in STI governance and policy implementation. So this workshop's discussion on key challenges today is really pertinent, where we will address issues like mapping STI capacities. How do we strengthen our networks? How do we ensure adequate funding for research and development? How do we empower women in science? I think these are all crucial steps towards achieving SDGs. So it is, as a whole group, it is together that we need to leverage this opportunity to explore innovative solutions, enhance our resource mobilization efforts, and pave the way for the successful implementation of the STI4SDG roadmaps. So in conclusion, as UNESCO, we reaffirm our commitment to continue to work with African Union member states and other regions to map STI systems, to support policy design and implementation, but as well promote open science principles, to collaborate with partners on providing innovative guidance to countries, collaborate with countries on how to engage in preparing roadmaps, but as well as implement country-level SDG-related science-based programs. So it is only by working hand in hand that we can harness, as I said before, the power of STI to drive a transformative change and accelerate progress towards a more just, sustainable, and equitable future for all. Finally, allow me to seize this opportunity to inform you that UNESCO, in collaboration with the African Union Commission, we are organizing a continental conference on STEM, transforming science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in Africa, that will take place in Addis Ababa from the 26th to the 28th of November. And this conference is a critical step in reinforcing Africa's scientific and engineering areas. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to Addis again for this continental conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Director. You highlight many important points, being inclusive, participatory process, interdisciplinary collaboration, gender adequate funding. I'm sure that we will hear a lot about these issues in the next 2 days. We will now open the floor. We had 4 inspiring interventions. We'll just take one round of comments or questions. So could you just indicate if you want to take the floor very briefly? We are already behind schedule, so I will appreciate if we could be brief. Yes. Can just introduce yourself, and perhaps if you have a question directed to a specific speaker.
No, I'll keep it as a comment and speakers want to. My name is Declan Curran. I am the Managing Director of ISC Intelligence, the Managing Director of the Africa-Europe Science Collaboration Platform, and the Science Summit at the UN General Assembly. I think it's absolutely fascinating conversations and points raised. I suppose just by way of observation, all the points are very familiar. So I'm not hearing anything new or new approaches. And I'd just like to highlight that, I suppose, by way of maybe suggesting one of the approaches. I think a lot of the observations and comments and interventions have been extremely constructive. And of course, the roadmap process is vital. But since we are here in Africa, one message I would really like to highlight is the importance of Africa science leadership globally, not just in Africa, globally. And I'm saying that because it came out very, very strongly during the side events at the United Nations General Assembly. So I think we have to obviously look at the mechanics and the prosecution of roadmaps. But I think within that, we also have to recognize and in my view, promote the leadership that is currently existing as contributing to global challenges. I think that's something that needs to be reflected also as we move forward to address the mechanics of policies, because of course these policies are essentially have to address global challenges themselves. That I think successful policies can't be African policies or Irish policies or Pakistan policies. They have to be aligned and they have to be global. So I think that's worth reflecting on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we still have? Yes, please. I have 2 questions. Let's start with you, and then we'll come to.
Okay, thanks very much. My name is Wanderson. I am an STI policy consultant. The point which I would like to raise goes to His Excellency, the State Minister, Dr. Yushuron. You know, STI policies are national policies. So when the ministries which are in charge of STI take the leadership position, many other actors also have roles to play in the implementation of those policies. You raised the issue of a shortage of skilled manpower, finance as challenges to the implementation of STI policy. But in many countries, there is also a challenge of coordinating the activities among the different stakeholders. Since the ministries in charge of STI have the same level of power as other ministries, they find it difficult to push their agendas to the other stakeholders or to the other ministries. So in some countries, they do have a rank of a deputy prime minister, so that they will have the power to give to push their agendas to the others. So what is the experience of Ethiopia? Because we haven't mentioned this as a challenge to the implementation of the policy.
Thank you. I think we have 1. We'll take 1, 2. Okay, I just want to have a sense of how many more colleagues want to speak. I have 1, 2, 3, and we could stop. Okay. Please, let's start here. Yes, I can't see your name, so excuse me if I'm just not calling you by name or your designation. Your colleague.
Okay.
Please,
so,
as we move forward, I think it
I'll
will be more
quick.
effective if we raise our flag so that we can identify you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My name is Xavier Siko, and I'm here as Professor Motoko said. We are a 10-member group And also, I was the ex-chief executive officer of the National Institute for Science, Technology and Innovation for Seychelles. So I'm just being very brief because I've been listening a lot, and it's been talking about STI policies and process. But I think based on the experience in Seychelles, we have our first policy, first institution and first policy from 2010 supported by UNESCO. But what I believe so we have this statement that says we have a lot of good policies, but poor implementation. And I think it's both sides, and I think the policy formulation process needs to be effective so that we can have effective implementation. And one aspect which is very important, we talk about STI as a transformative. If STI is transformative, it transforms lives. And I think the participatory process in drafting STI policy is very important, because then it helps implementation because it fosters ownership. It helps also to foster new culture, because cultural transformation is very difficult. The whole society is being transformed. So I think the aspect of participatory process while we designing policy is very important. This is one thing that I'm sharing with you, because when we look at the results, we find those gaps. Why is it's not implementing them? There is no ownership. There is no policy, what you call literature review, even at the level of government, because you have policies, but we forget what is in the policy. Our system of innovation, the STI ecosystem, being fragmented as a small country and new. So if we don't look at all partners, stakeholders, actors within the system, or better communication of the policy, and the framework we communicate the policy, then we have issues with implementation. I think this is, even the funding mechanism has to be within the ecosystem, government, community. I mean, the whole country is being transformed. So I think this is an area that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take the last speaker from the side, and then we'll go to the only speaker. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning all. I was actually intrigued by the point that Declan raised regarding us knowing everything that has been said in this room, and then posing the question as to how can we be successful. It reminded me of a Google AlphaZero chess player who played, it's based on AI, and it played with all world chess players, including the best, and they were all beaten. When I looked at that scenario, I asked myself, what exactly is different within this playing field? I realized that the rules of chess were upheld. The number of pieces that were used were all the same. A number of games were played at the same time, but AlphaZero emerged as the best against all human. So nothing was really changing around in terms of the rules, but there was something that was unconventional happening. What was it? AlphaZero managed to sacrifice the most important pieces of chess, the king, the queen, the rook, and all that. And it won 80% of its games moving the ponies. So I believe there's something that we should do, because the rules of the game are not changing. We know the issues that have been raised, they've been raised over and over again, but there must be something that we should do. Sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. That's thought-provoking. Let's get the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. My name is Salomon from Ministry of Innovation and Technology, and I have some questions and suggestions. The first question is to the
African Union speakers and from the keynotes of African Union speakers, the new 2034 STI strategy is under. And but I was delighted if the STI of 2024 strategies and challenges and gaps was going to be addressed. And what are the key challenges in order to STI 2024? And how the alignment was between member states and the African Union, and how the African Union is going to be really implement into the ground this African, the new strategy, and what is a new modality from the traditional and the now familiar modality to a new this. The other point is maybe suggestions from all this meeting, all speakers, since mostly STI strategies based on the national policy. Finally, it is approved by the government. Is going to be approved if those policies are going, the pillars and the priorities are aligned with the national interest. Now, particularly to Ethiopian situation, and it has been revised many times since the last 2021, the new STI strategy was revised and approved by the government. Then all these priorities are exactly aligned to the national interest of the government and priority areas of the next years. Now, how really needs to be a huge resource to implement in general for the STI strategies. What are really high-level policy suggestions? How all these different types of the pillars priorities in developing countries can be really supported, and what is your new approach? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think very quickly we had two direct questions, one to AU and one to the Honorable Minister, Ethiopia. The rest were comments, but I will also give the chance for the other speakers if they want to react quickly to the comments as well, and then we will close this session. So maybe we start with Excellency Minister Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you very much. As we understand, STI is not it's not unisectoral, but it is multi-sectoral. So we can assume it has a stimulator for all other sectors. So it's not binded within a ministry or an agency. So it is multi-sectoral. So it has to be governed in such a manner. So we have to consider that this kinds of thinking, then as it is multi-sectoral, then we have to have governance that can govern this kind of complex issues, because it requires a multifaceted approach. So the first one can be establishing a council, like we have a digital council, digital transformation council. In a similar manner, we can establish STI council. So we are proposing that council to be led by the Prime Minister and also the Ministry of Innovation Technology can be an executive secretary. That's a proposal. It can be one approach. The other approach can be using this digital council as on the top. Then we can have other options like coordination across ministries. So establishing a coordinating body involving different ministries So if we establish such kinds of approach, then we can manage like from science, from industry, from education, from finance. If we coordinate these sectors, then it can also be managed. And also the other one is the public-private partnership. So we can manage with this. And the other one is adding the regional and international cooperation. So it needs cooperation and also understanding and working together. So the best approach is establishing for us, for our case, establishing a national STI council, which can be led by the Prime Minister. So this approach can solve the issues that we have. If I understand the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. AUC.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I think the comments that were received on the side of our intervention was with regards to what the review of implementation of the strategy that just ended showed, or what it recommended. I think I would like to mention key features that came out from the review exercise and the recommendations that were given in the implementation or the development of the new strategy. With regards to implementation of the continental strategy of the decade that just ended, we had, during the consultative process, received that the key implementation hurdles were low level of participation of the development of the strategy from the get-go, the weak governance or the lack of or a synchronized coordination mechanism to implement the STISA 2024. We also heard that an efficient financial or financing mechanism was also a key challenge that had been identified, also including an implementation plan. That STISA 2024 did not have a clearly laid out implementation plan for all the STI stakeholders across the continent. So there was a call for a need for clear direction of STI cooperation in this regard when we developed the next strategy. Here we had also heard that there needs to be institutional governance on intellectual property, for instance, as a key enabling mechanism to boost innovation within the continent, and this would also be highlighted within the next STISA. So the actual draft STISA 2034 proposes to have key entry points to priority sectors where STI could play a significant role. We have identified agriculture as one, health is another one, ICT, energy, and environment, specifically biodiversity loss, lack of biodiversity loss, climate change, and so forth. So the strategic priorities that I had mentioned in the address would be also targeted to implementing STI interventions within this key priority areas. So the next year would see the development of the implementation framework of the strategy. This is where we call on all our partners to also engage with us to really make the strategy a holistic one and implement it not just within the continent, but also taking into account obligations of our member states, their international obligations at the global front. This is what I could say at this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. I will go to the last two panelists for their closing quick closing remarks. But in doing so, perhaps if they could touch on two issues that came out during the discussion. One is, can Africa really play a role in solving global challenges from a science, technology, and innovation perspective? And the second one would be, there's a sense that we all know the challenges, perhaps the solution, and what kind of different recommendations can really come from a meeting like this. I think this is food for thought. I came on the discussion, but what are your impression in this on these two questions? And I will ask the same from UNESCO.
Thank you very much. On your first question, the answer simply is yes. And I found it extremely interesting to listen to the State Minister's description of how the framework is being put in place to allow to allow for innovation and to allow for innovators to come forward. And I think one thing that we have learned as a small country far away from this part of the world is that the collaborations between our higher education institutes, for example, public-private collaborations as well, are entirely two-way, and that we are benefiting as much as we are contributing. So simply on that. And then in terms of what a meeting like this can contribute, it's very clear to me that there is a desire to come up with new solutions, or perhaps just to look critically at some of the older ones and see how they need to evolve in the current context. I think you have 2 days ahead of you in which to fine tune what that might be. So thank you very much, and again, thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you so much. UNESCO, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. What an honor. I would just like to start by saying that we know that what we're seeing is not, I mean, it's nothing new, but I think as policymakers, I think it is very important for us to underline again those issues, because the reality is that today in many or in most of our African countries, with the STI agenda is still very low. I mean, the budget allocation to STI is still not very high in many of our countries. And this is why it is not by chance that the Pact of the Future today, which was just adopted a couple of weeks ago in the UN General Assembly, lays a lot of emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. And I think it is very important for all African member states to take note of this, because this is also intricately linked to climate change, an issue that we're talking a lot about. So it is up to our countries, it is up to our African Union member states to make sure that they implement the STI policies that they have. Most of our countries have STI policies, but make sure that they implement the STI policies at a national level, but of course in line with the SDGs and of course in line with the Pact of the Future. Just to say that the Pact of the Future is a turbocharge to the SDGs. So it is very important for our member states to think about the best ways that we can implement the STI policies in their countries. And I hope that this is what you'll be doing in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. UNESCO had the last word, so I will not even try to summarize the discussion, especially because we are running out of time. I will just ask you to join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers. Now we, according to the program, we're going to have a coffee break, but just before then, we would have a group photo. So I would ask my colleague Victor and Asfao maybe to guide us how we go about the photo and the coffee break.
Since we are about 30 minutes still late, well, if I suggest our next session start at, actually Victor will chair the next session, about 11:30, is that, Victor, are you okay with that time? So 11:30, we come back to this room. But before that, so that Mr. Chair just announced that there will be a group photo outside the building. It's outside.
Yeah, well, just outside the main first.
Just out, yeah.
Outside the main conference.
Right. So we will just follow the crowd and then take a photo and having a coffee and then come back to this room at 11:30. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Maybe we should really start. We are like 1 hour behind and it's on. Can you hear me? Nope. Okay. So let's start. I think we are about only 1 hour behind. So don't worry, we'll try and catch up and hopefully you will not have to cancel your lunch. And if we cancel your lunch, someone told me you can always go and have dinner at the Irishans. My name is Victor Konde. I think I know many of you and nice to see all of you here. I will not go through the session in details, but this session will be looking at mapping, especially all the issues that we discussed already, skills, capacities, resources. And so I hope we can run through it quickly and maybe recover before we go for lunch. So your lunch is really sitting between the session and then. So let me invite, I think my colleague from the University of Cape Town.
No, Pretoria.
Oh, University of Pretoria. Fry, please, you have the floor. You can introduce yourself.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Farai Kapuzarua. I'm based at Future Africa, which is at the University of Pretoria. And my introductory remarks, I'll try to be very brief. The focus in building on the work that we're doing as part of developing the guidebook for STI to implement the SDGs. And this session is mostly focused on the first chapter around developing, mapping STI skills, capacities, and activities for implementing the SDGs. As probably has been elaborated in the first session, even though the SDGs, they do not have an explicit focus on the SDGs, the STI parameters are very much embedded in many of the SDGs, including how STI is applied in various SDGs, but also developing capacity in STI and integrating science diplomacy and partnerships at national, regional, international levels. And also the Science Summit, the agenda which just was declared just recently, also the third component of it speaks a lot about the role of STI and what it could be, its place in supporting the implementation of the SDGs. On the continent, particularly the African Union also has embraced the role of STI as a key driver for economic development and called all member states and regional economic commissions to embed STI in their development programs. Therefore, the AUC has called upon a lot of governments to invest in at least 1% of their GDP into this sector. So just to give you an overview of this chapter that we are in the process of developing, which is mostly focused on mapping the STI skills, the capacities and partnerships models across selected countries with the purpose of particularly of benchmarking, but also identifying methodologies, tools to capture and assess countries' readiness to develop the STI4SDGs roadmap. So in essence, we're not necessarily intending to duplicate what is already happening, but to share experiences and learning that is taking place across many of the countries and many of the regions, so that other partners, implementing partners, be it at the regional and national levels, can also learn, but particularly putting more emphasis on different methodologies and tools which are being utilized to measure and monitor the implementation of the STIs, as well as the development of STI policies. One of the key aspects of this work relates to firstly exploring these STI skills across many countries. Our society is in a critical phase of a knowledge-based economies which are anchored by various technological revolutions in the physical, digital, biological spheres. And despite this risk, these technologies are providing tremendous opportunities for countries to implement the SDGs. Therefore, developing these STI-related skills is very critical for the implementation of the SDGs. Therefore, in essence, for this chapter, we would like to explore some of these STI skills and the learnings that are being experienced by different countries. For example, one of the key aspects in terms of skills development looks at research, particularly focused on development of doctoral students and as well as research capacities. If you compare, for example, the work that the capacities in terms of researchers on the continent, where Uganda, for example, is 27 researchers per million, compared where South Africa is 435 and Senegal is 555 researchers per million inhabitants, which is compared to the OECD countries such as Sweden, which is 7,593 researchers per million. But when you compare it to Latin America, which is more or less relative comparison to Africa, we realize that we are also have relatively similar trajectories in terms of our development of researchers on the continent and the skills which are required. And when you look at issues around capacities, there's a lot of research which has been done which shows the importance of reforming national STI policies and related institutions in order to leverage science and technological advances to achieve the SDGs. A key challenge for many countries, particularly those in the global south, is that their policies and institutions are based on approaches that confine STI to national economic growth and competitive goals and ignore societal issues such as inequalities. They are very much incapable of reorienting scientific research, technological innovation to focus on the SDGs. In this chapter, we would like to share examples, case studies on how various countries have revised their STI policies and reconfigured their institutional arrangements to make them relevant, effective for the SDGs. In particular, we would like to focus on appropriate conceptual tools that can support transformative STI policy design and include civic and broader political participation in the process. Governments have often tended to design and implement policies through highly very technical processes which exclude other social actors. Therefore, capacity building is required for various areas, including STI policy analysis, capacity, understanding the skills required, building broad-based civic and political constituencies for STI policies, which includes various policy platforms. I think this morning we heard a lot about the Origin platform, which is being led at Didani Kimati University. So that's one of those initiatives that we would like to highlight and share as part of this chapter. And also it's very important, a character of most African economies that their GDPs is mostly dominated by public sector with relatively weak business sector. Therefore, there's interest to measure innovation in the public sector in addition to the business sector, which is the only one that is currently covered in a lot of the surveys in terms of STI at the national level. But also is highlighted in these morning discussions, there is also a very important sector, particularly the household level and informal sector, which is very much important in driving entrepreneurship and innovation, and it's very important to account and integrate their insights into this work. Just to give you a high level, there's a lot of initiatives. For example, at the global level, UNESCO through the Institute for Statistics have led the way in ensuring that STI measurement activities are aligned and avoid duplication across national countries. Recently, the Directorate General for International Partnerships and the Joint Research Center of the European Commission have cooperated in also testing a new methodology for STI roadmaps for SDGs in sub-Saharan Africa. This methodological approach is very much rooted in the EU-made smart specialization strategies and their gradual adjustment to sustainability principles and global context. This outlines the potential for countries to contribute to the STI4SDGs roadmaps by looking at different indicators related and basic frameworks conditions such as political stability, the existence of an STI frameworks. On the African continent, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, I think they've led the African STI Indicators Initiative, which is very much supported by the ACU Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. I will just run through my speech, but the other issues that I'll just want to highlight, which are very important for our chapter, is to acknowledge the value of the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report, which provides a valuable framework for utilizing STI to implement the SDGs through 6 transition entry points for transformation, detailing levers capable of bringing sustainable, substantial change. But also, lastly, to also highlight the importance of foresight, because foresight is increasingly being institutionalized and used in science, technology, and innovation policy processes across the world. Therefore, foresight is an important toolbox which could help decision makers to generate intelligence about future scientific and technological advances to frame long-term STA policy goals and rationales. I think I'll end here now, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all those valid points. I think innovation measurements in the public and informal sector remains a critical area to be addressed. Luckily, actually, the innovation measurements in the public sector is now have been accepted and interpreted in the Oslo manual. So most countries, I think, going forward. So our next presenter is Professor Gong Kei, with the head of the Task Force for Strategic Africa Engineering.
Thank you, Victor. I have prepared a few slides, perhaps we can show on the screen. So I'd like to use a title of my presentation, that is engineering playing a role, the role of leveraging science and technology to innovation for sustainable development goals. Because it is engineering linking the science, technology to the real world problems. That is innovation. So let me start from the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. This organization, this federation consists of more than 100 national engineering organizations and the continental engineering federations, including the African Federation of the Engineering Organizations. We have our chairman, President Papias here in the room. And that makes this federation is the world's largest engineering family. So we do think that the mission of our federation is to promote engineering development for sustainable development goals. So we can see some examples. For example, when we talk SDG 6, clean water, throughout history, engineers have various disciplines have approached complex water issues through multidisciplinary strategies, applying scientific knowledge to develop innovative solutions for clean water to survive the humankind. And in the past years, closely worked with UNESCO, we are working on the water engineering, which we emphasize scientific research and innovation, water education, bridging the data knowledge gap, integrated water management under conditions of global change, and water governance based on the science for mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. We do, it's wrong. We do contribute to the United Nations Water Conference on this project. And also when we consider the SDG 13, climate change. So we know that both climate change induce the cold wave and heat wave. That may increase the pipe failure substantially. And using the big data, we can predict the damage, the potential damage of the pipe system, and to take proper countermeasures. So that could substantially increase the adaptation and the mitigation of the climate change on the infrastructure dealing with water. And also when we talk about SDG 9, industrial innovation and infrastructure, recently I have visited a Chinese steel factory. They made the world's first fully integrated smart factory built on the internet of industrial internet. And with over 35,000 digital equipment and more than 240,000 data collecting points, supporting so-called more than 400 digital roles in the production line, they have reduced 20% of the cost of power medium per tons of steel, enhanced annual labor productivity reaching more than 1,800 tons per capita, and reduced 800,000 tons CO2 emission per year. And we have another examples from Denmark company called Danfoss. They use the big data and the Internet of Things empowered by artificial intelligence, has increased their production efficiency in the past 6 years with an average rate of 15%, while reducing the cost by 3% every year. So that's SDG 9. And when we look to the SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, I guess some of you have visited a beautiful city in China called Hangzhou. It's a beautiful city, attracts thousands of tourists from domestic and international. But there's a beautiful lake in the center of the city that makes the traffic management very, very difficult. In the year 2015, Hangzhou is a top 4 congestion city in China. And with the help of so-called city brain, that's an AI system with big data, traffic data, after 4 years, these benchmarks from top 4 to 57. In the meanwhile, they have saved 30 to 300 lives in this more than 5 million city, and 30 to 40 fewer crime incidents, 8 to 15 lower disease burden, 15 to 30% to 30 minutes shared off the daily commute, 25 to 80 liters of water saved per person per day, and 20 to 35 faster emergency response times. So that's the power of big data through engineering. Our US member, that is the United Nations Society of Civil Engineering, they have made a very interesting work. They call it a report card for Americans' infrastructure. They use a 5-grade system to measure the readiness of US infrastructure, all categories, to identify the deficiencies across the infrastructure and find there's a lot of problem, even in US. And they use this as a tool to inform other communities, organizations, to across the engineering profession to meet facing these problems, and to educate stakeholders on status of the nation's infrastructure. We are expecting to the next year the new infrastructure reporting card. We eager to see the progress of the US. So we are also active in the international standardization organization on the standard practice for sustainable infrastructure, green and resilient infrastructure. So these works are conducted by engineers and the engineering community. So to conclude my talk, I would like to quote what the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres tweeted on the first World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, that's the 4th of March. He tweeted, "I'm passionate about the potential of engineering to help solve the most pressing challenges facing our world." So I think finally we see engineering is about using science and technology to innovation for solving real world problems. So the suggestion is that for enhancing the STI4SDGs, more attention should be paid to engineering development in every country, especially in developing countries, and to increase the engineering capacity for SDGs. I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that inspirational talk. And I think we can all agree that engineering plays an important role in all our lives. I think it's central to improving the well-being of not just people, but also the planet. I don't know, I'm checking online. Is Professor Kion online? Okay, so he's not yet with us. The next speaker is Dr. Masoka Fala, the chief scientist. Okay, so upgrade him from one of the attendees to a panelist. Just 1 second. I think he's as an attendee separate. Are you Eric? Eric is here. If you are with us, I think maybe you can start whilst we get Professor Kioni panelist.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay.
As you speak.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Erika J. from Ghana. Let me stand on existing protocols that has already been laid and to say that but it is very, very joyful to be part of this capacity building workshop. Let me indicate that I work with National Development Planning Commission, a commission that is established by the Constitution to advise President on development policies and strategies. The commission is tasked with the coordinating the planning function of ministries, departments, and agencies, regional coordinating council, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. In addition, the commission is also charged with the responsibility to serve as a chair for the implementation coordinating committee of the Sustainable Development Goals. Given this mandate and our function, we were part of a team that prepared Ghana's SCI for SDGs roadmap in 2021. Let me say that as part of the implementation arrangement, the commission was charged to play a critical role in implementing this STI roadmap. Let me emphasize that we are pleased to announce that Ghana is one of the 5 nations in the world that have developed STI roadmap. Now, the STI roadmap highlighted multiple areas of focus where STI can effectively tackle the obstacles we faced as a country. And these were the issues that we were looking at: the limited use of scientific findings, shortfalls in research and development funding, weak collaboration between commercial and public research institutions, insufficient human resource capacity in crucial fields such as precision engineering. Now, in order to address these issues, the STI roadmap proposed the following interventions: increasing research and development spending to offer regional answers to national problems, encouraging industry, academia, and research institutions to work together to improve the adoption of technical solutions, implementing foundry-based manufacturing and precision engineering through the use of technologies such as computer-aided design and computer numerical control systems. Now, how do we implement this STI? How do we implement this STI? As a commission, we have been facilitating the development of strategic documents in the country. And one of them is a coordinated program for social and economic development, which is a constitutional requirement for every president to submit it to the parliament for approval to guide the development of the country. Another one is a medium-term development policy framework that guides the development in the medium term. And the commission has also ensured that we've mainstreamed the STI roadmap into these documents. Now, for instance, in the coordinated programs, we have proposed to encourage the application of new technology in the field including manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture, establishing innovation hub to assist young and female entrepreneurship with special focus on technology-driven enterprises. Now, establishing the Ghana Innovation and Research Commercialization Center to close the knowledge gap between academia and industry. In terms of the medium-term policy framework, the interventions outlined for STI include strengthened partnership between academia, research institutions, and industry to drive innovation, enhancing human resource capacity in STI, particularly in the STEM education to build a skilled workforce, increasing funding for research and development to address local challenges and promote the transfer of knowledge and technology between foreign and local companies. So from these interventions, you could see that the interventions from the STI roadmap is largely aligned with the interventions within the strategic document that has been prepared to ensure STI interventions are implemented. Now, in terms of indicators, at the broad level, we have also identified some key indicators to measure the progress that we are making as a country. And if I mention them, research and development expenditure as a percentage of GDP, number of research findings adopted by industries, number of technologies that have been commercialized. But these are broad indicators, but there are specific indicators that are found in a sector-specific plans. In terms of implementation of these interventions, I must say that as a country, we have established a Presidential Advisory Council on Science, Technology, and Innovation that advises the President on STI policy directions. In addition to this, we have established Inter-Ministerial Coordinating Council to ensure that initiatives are coordinated among all sectors, since STI is a cross-cutting issue. They meet periodically to share experiences, the progress we have made, and how best we can improve upon implementing STI interventions. Based on these initiatives, I must say that we have achieved some successes in the area of implementing STI interventions. The current 2023 annual progress report of the country indicates that, yes, the country contribution to research and development expenditure remains 0.38%. Although it is not up to the target figure, which is 1%, but we believe that it is an improvement. Because if you look at the figure for 2017, it has increased for about 47%, which is an achievement that we have made. There are also efforts to increase public-private partnership, which is very, very critical in implementing the STI interventions. I might say that we have commercialized a launch of 12 new technologies in the country. We have established 8 technology startup companies. We have also placed a huge emphasis on STEM education. And now as a country, we are also implementing free TVET education for senior high school. These are some of the achievements that we have made. In the area of public-private partnership, I must say that as a country, as of 2020, we have developed a legal instrument, which is Public-Private Partnership Act, Act 103, that provides a legal framework for partnership in the country. We have based on this act to collaborate with partners to establish Ghana Innovation and Research Commercialization Center. And this center was initiated by Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, Science, Technology and Innovation. I must say that this center creates opportunity to engage stakeholders in providing guidance and support services that will help researchers and innovators to avoid pitfalls associated with commercializing STI interventions. Now, in spite of all these, there are still challenges as a country that we faced with. Inadequate funding for research and development. We haven't even attained our target of 1%. It still remains a challenge. We have a limited collaboration between research institutions and industries. And I think that this has to do with dissemination of research findings to the industries, which we need to look at the approach of disseminating research findings and how we engage stakeholders in the process. I must say that the goals that were prioritized for Ghana's roadmap on STI for SDG largely contribute to the attainment of the 6 transitions. That's food systems, energy access, and affordability. We have digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This is because in the area of agriculture, there is initiatives to improve food security through technology innovations, such as biotechnology, precision agriculture, and post-harvest loss reduction. In addition, there is also efforts to promote climate-smart agriculture, especially in the northern part of the country. In terms of education, as I've already indicated, we've had more emphasis on STEM education and expanding research capacity in this area. So I must say that as a country, we are on the road to ensure that STI is being implemented. And particularly in the area where we have assured that all STI interventions are largely mainstream in all our strategic documents for it to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the highlighting, I think, the role the guidebook has played in helping Ghana come up with this roadmap. And of course, the fact that it's being implemented is perhaps heartwarming. A lot of discussion on why policies are not being implemented. So I think Professor Kion is now with us. I see you are now a panelist, so I'll hand over to you. Professor Kion, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh,
How
that's
are you?
good. You can
Go
hear
ahead.
me. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you my contribution to this discussion. I make my contribution from the point of implementation. And I know that for Kenya, we also have representation from the Chief Executive Officer of NACOSTI. So he'll talk about the tracking and monitoring of the SDGs, implementation of the SDGs. Even then, probably it's important for me to just highlight the environment in which we are operating and the framework within which we are operating. In Kenya, we started with the Science, Innovation and Technology Act, which was passed a long time ago in 2013, together with the Universities Act in 2012. And those have underpinned the policies and the creation of new institutions. Critical institutions for the SDGs are the National NACOSTI, National Council for Science, Technology and Innovation, Kenya National Innovation Agency, and National Research Fund. And some of my colleagues are participating in this workshop, the CEOs of those institutions. Under that, we have a structure, an elaborate structure for establishment of universities and technical institutions. And I am in one of the universities that was established under that Universities Act. Then, based on the policy established in 2013, there was a creation of or recognition of the role of science, innovation, and technology in addressing national development issues. And of course, this is also aligned to addressing the SDGs. So there is one very important development, which I think can accelerate the attainment of the SDGs, and that is the creation of science and technology parks. I bring this out because a lot of the work that Dedan Kimathi University has done in the last few years has actually been inspired and driven by the very fact that we host a national science and technology park. National science and technology parks are new in Kenya and indeed in much of sub-Saharan Africa. So these are concepts, this is something that needs to be developed. And from what we are seeing is that as we develop more of such institutions, as a concept takes root, then we have an increase in the innovations and in the innovations that translate into being enterprises and contributing to the realization of the SDGs. We just concluded the country has just hosted the 40th conference of the International Association of Science and Technology Parks. And we participated in that as Origin. And a lot of other universities, literally all the universities in the country participated in that. And through that platform, there was a lot of capacity building and establishment of partnerships between universities and the private sector, as well as Kenyan institutions and global technology players, which without doubt will contribute significantly to the realization of SDGs in Kenya. So one of the things I see is that it's important to continue creating some of these institutions that can actually help us focus on what SDGs, what needs to be done to realize the SDGs. From a university perspective and reflecting on what we have done, there is the aspect of developing a legal framework, an elaborate legal framework where the universities can engage with government and also with the private sector and global companies, because that is something that will not ordinarily be in a public university. And by creating those kind of frameworks, then we accelerate the flow of knowledge from knowledge centers in other parts of the world into the university ecosystems. Then I think one of the things that I can also share here is that the universities themselves, the institutions themselves need to continue undergoing development. It's not just having the faculties and schools, but one of the things we have done and has helped us a great deal is to establish specialized research centers within the university. And I mention this because this is not something that is common in Kenya, but it's something that can help focus the institution, focus the key players, the key actors on certain sectors. I give an example. For example, we're in a coffee growing region, so we started a center for coffee technology. And by having that, we're able to have research programs, have some faculty and researchers who focus on that area and create a framework of reaching out to the community and the private players. And there are very many transformations that we have actualized by doing that. We also have created a center for artificial intelligence and machine learning. Again, by having that kind of center, we are able to also have partnerships across the entire continent. We created a center for Siemens mechatronics as a way of looking at the robotics and automation of the industry. And as we speak, we are just in the process of building the capacity of all TVET institutions in the country in some of these frontier technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality. So my point is that I think there has to, as part of looking at the guidebook, it's good to monitor the internal structures of the organization of universities and institutions that are involved in STI implementation, because only by doing that elaborate internal development that we build the capacity for them to contribute to realization of the SDGs. Now, I quickly talk about the Origin. Origin Hub is only 1 year old. It's hosted here in Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. And I believe we have achieved quite a lot because the whole idea of Origin is to really move to where the problems are and directly solve the problems. And we have now over 350 solvers. We've been able to recruit global technology partners. And probably I can mention a few. And we've also been able to build partnerships. A very important thing about hosting Origin is that it has given us an opportunity to look at the models, to create new models of realizing SDGs at the grassroots. Probably that's what I should say. We have created the practical field lab. I believe Professor Mavunga, who is participating in this workshop, has talked about it. And this started as a pilot at the beginning of the year with the objective of solving problems in the community. And then with the other second objective of promoting the mobility of young people in Africa and from the diaspora. The pilot that we conducted early in the year with 4 students from MIT and 11 students from Dedan Kimathi has been successful. And now building on that, we are now rolling out a program of bringing more students from America. And as we speak now, we have very many challenge areas, and we have also more institutions that are coming on board, particularly the historically Black colleges and universities in America. We just discussed with them, and they are joining this program. So we've experimented with other models of mapping and scoping the challenges and getting partners to help us implement, solve those challenges and basically scale up the solutions. The other part is the building global partnerships, which is very important, and also building partnerships with the government. Here I can talk of critical partnerships. I think the standards organizations across the continent present an opportunity because they bring together all the players. In Kenya, anybody who is doing something about creating new products has to go through the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And we've been able to establish a partnership with them so that we can be able to track the challenges, what needs to be done, and create a partnership where we can help the industry move faster. And by doing that, the community and the SDGs will the community will realize, will solve its problems, and we'll also realize the SDGs. We also see partnerships with government institutions. In Kenya, we have two levels of government: national government and county governments. We have about 47 counties. So we find partnerships with county as a very good entry point in addressing their problem. We have piloted with one county, and we're able to map out very many challenges, and they're able to also put resources into that. Then we have other national development organizations, and there's a way that can be done. And again, we have piloted them with that. Then we have also, we've also looked at strategies of bridging knowledge gaps. And again, on this platform, Origin platform, we're able to do that. So I think the key point for me here is that Origin is one of those institutions that can help quickly build the partnerships that focus directly on the problems that are there at the grassroots, and create a direct link to the solvers of those problems. I think those are the remarks I would like to make for now. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Kioni. Is at the Matthew University of Technology. I think is also the focal point on the Origin project for the behalf of the university. We put it together, CM. I think now I will have hand the floor to our discussants. You will have please keep time. I think that the first one is Jen Chimpusu.
Thank you very much. Let me also just stand on the protocols that have been already set. Well, for me, the discussant, I will take the topic of mapping of STI landscape from some of the challenges that as a country, I'm from Zambia, we have observed in mapping the institutions, the capacities, and the interventions that we have been doing in the country to check whether STI is actually helping us achieve the SDGs. And my hope is that some of the consideration can be looked at as we develop the guide going forward. So for Zambia, we have been revising the national policy framework, and we started with UNESCO. Then we had UNCTAD coming to do a science review, and the report came out in 2022. So with that report, then as a nation, we then embarked on revising the national policy on STI that was approved in 2020. Now, in doing that, we looked at how the review had pointed out some of the issues that as a country we needed to look at.
One of the issue was that when we look at STI, we were looking at it in the traditional way, and we needed to look at the issues, the problems that as a country we're facing. So that then as we develop the STI, we cluster them and bring out some of the solutions that the policy we're going to develop was going to help us. So we did some kind of a mapping around the country, and really we had to put some resources. And then we also partnered with UNDP, who also brought in some resources because they were also interested to see how we're going to develop this framework for us to have an impact that speaks to the SDGs. Now, just to highlight some of the issues that were coming out. One of the things that as countries, I think, especially here in Africa, you find is that the information when you are developing, I think this was highlighted by His Excellency, the Minister, is that when we are developing these policies, we seem to lack the information. There's an information gap. Usually we conduct surveys, whether they are STI surveys, whether they're innovation surveys, periodically, and that is what is providing the information. But due to resources and changing priorities, you find that these are not done according to the plan. So these information gaps are really big, and they really don't help us in coming up with holistic policy framework. So maybe as we move forward, one of the things we are seeing is that AI is becoming important. So we may have to think around developing a tool that can continuously collect information, so that when you just want information to do an analysis or develop a strategy or come up with a policy, you already have the data sets that where you can get information. Under the SADC, there has been proposals that we maybe at national level, we have what we call STI portals, and then this can feed in regional portals where information then can be collected. But this may require that we strengthen the open science that under UNESCO we have been talking about. How can we access the information? How can that information be accessed so that these portals then serve the purpose that we are talking about? The second issue around mapping of STI is that most of the surveys, if you look again into the surveys, the tools that we are using, they are concentrating on established institutions. So those are universities, research institutions, specialized competent centers, and this is where we are going to collect information. But if you look at what is happening in our countries, there are quite a lot of citizen science that is happening on the streets. The youth that I think the Kenyan example was, there's a lot of things that are happening there. The current tools seem not to be collecting that information. So how do we improve the tools that we currently have so that that information is collected? Because for us to map the SDGs, the people we are talking about are these citizens that are doing different things where we want to see improved services. Therefore, the tools that collect information need to improve. So maybe as we look at the guides, as we look at the new models, we really need to go into these tools and look at them. The third issue for us is also around the tools that are also collecting information. You find that these tools are kind of concentrating on STEM and forgetting about the social science that happens around. If you look at COVID taught us a lot of things. In Africa, if you remember, when COVID came, people were using unconventional non-scientific methods to help mitigate the problem that we have. Now, that information in a lot of our setting is not captured. So how do we then improve going forward? How do we improve our tools that they start capturing the information like that? There are quite a lot of things that are happening in the social setting that we can say that's social science or citizen science, which can also add to how we are performing towards achieving our sustainable goals as countries, as regions, even as the world over. The fourth issue is around partnership. Like I'm giving an example for Zambia, for us to go through this process, we had to partner with UNCTAD, we had to partner with UNESCO, we had to partner with UNDP, we had to partner with local institutions. But the partnerships that for us we are seeing is that most of them are short-term. So you partner with maybe a partner to produce a report, for example, UNCTAD, and very good recommendations come out. But how do you move from that recommendation into implementation, and then you see the impact? So we need to start mapping our partnerships so that the whole value chain, we try to develop partners who are going to help us towards having the impact, especially that we are checking our performance towards how we are moving with SDGs. So long-term partnerships and also mapping this partnership then become very important. We may have to guide countries in our new guide on how we are going to capture this information on this mapping. Finally, I just want to bring also the indicators in terms of indicators that we have currently. I think all of us, we seem to be checking the process. I may be corrected, but we seem to be checking the process in in science, technology, and innovation, and not checking the impact that it's making. So where are those indicators that really checks what science is doing on the SDGs? Where can we find those indicators? Maybe as we move forward, also as we give the guide, can we look at how do countries actually assess if STI is actually making an impact on SDGs? What kind of indicators can we develop so that as we are reporting, first of all, it's homogeneous, everybody's reporting the same. And finally, when we give the reports, these reports then give a sense that at the hem of UN, we can then say, this is how we have progressed. This is very important because for Zambia, as we were doing this, these are things that we are finding that they were lacking. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jen. Work together for quite a while. I think we can all agree that we should actually know our countries before we start design, because really the issue we want to address are the ones that affect those countries. And therefore, whatever policies we make are informed by what is going on. Our next speaker is Jonathan Kemp, I think from Engineering for Change. You are online. I can see you. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you and good day. My name is Jonathan Kemp and I'm speaking on behalf of the Engineering for Sustainable Development Group at the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, that's ASME for short. And today I'd like to share insights from our fellowship program at Engineering for Change, also known as E4C, and iShow, our hard tech accelerator at ASME. So both the E4C Fellowship and iShow aim to foster sustainable development through engineering. The E4C Fellowship mobilizes early career engineers to collaborate with mission-driven organizations in 46 countries to date, providing expert technical assistance through 85 impact projects with 106 different organizations. And these have directly addressed one or more of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This workforce development program has produced 272 fellowships, equipping rising engineering talent with training and support to develop data-backed solutions for critical quality of life issues. And meanwhile, our accelerator iShow supports over 30 hardware-led social entrepreneurs each year by connecting them with experts, funding, and resources. Together, these initiatives have contributed over $1.2 million, enabling 231 startups from 36 countries to tackle significant local challenges. Advice from our large network of experts who volunteered to support both programs helped us to design our approach to monitoring these, including the data I just shared, in alignment with best practice. Operating our E4C Fellowship and iShow programs over the past 10 years, we're no strangers to the significant barriers faced in the global development sector, particularly the lack of engineers equipped to integrate sustainable practices into their work. This is further complicated by the disconnect between academia and industry, which limits engineer involvement in SDG solutions. And additionally, hardware innovators often struggle with access to funding and mentorship, hindering their ability to develop impactful solutions. To address these gaps, we recommend focusing on the following key areas. Under skills development, focusing on enhancing practical training through interdisciplinary collaboration. We need to create more opportunities for hands-on experiences that bridge the gap between theoretical education and real-world application. By fostering partnerships among engineers, designers, and community stakeholders, we can connect early career engineers with organizations and companies, providing mentorship and real-world project opportunities. This includes workshops and programs allowing them to directly tackle global challenges. And integrating diverse perspectives into the development process will enhance problem-solving capabilities and create more comprehensive solutions that meet local needs. Now, we also recommend promoting digital ecosystems for technical training and cooperation. Establishing digital platforms that provide accessible training resources and facilitate collaboration among engineers, especially in low and middle income countries, is vital. These platforms can connect engineers with diverse stakeholders, enabling virtual workshops, mentorship programs, and project collaborations. By leveraging technology, we can enhance skill development, encourage interdisciplinary approaches, and foster sustainable solutions to global challenges. And third, we can enhance key skills for global development challenges through ethical engineering practices. We believe that we must emphasize the development of critical skills among engineers to effectively address global development challenges, as outlined by the International Engineering Alliance's graduate attributes and professional competences. Specifically, we need to focus on the engineer and the world, which encourages engineers to analyze the sustainable development impacts represented by the 17 United Nations SDGs. Additionally, we should highlight the competence of protection of society, which involves recognizing the economic, social, and environmental impacts and effects of engineering activities. To support this, we recommend implementing programs that go beyond traditional academic offerings, focusing on reskilling and upskilling the technical workforce to align with these essential attributes. Around innovation ecosystem building, we recommend strengthening access to funding and resources. It's crucial to facilitate connections between social entrepreneurs and investors to provide the necessary capital for scaling innovative hardware solutions. This could involve grant opportunities, pitch competitions, and investment networking events. We encourage developing localized support networks. We feel that we should create regional hubs connecting hardware innovators with mentorship, technical assistance, and market strategies tailored to their specific context. Partnership with local universities, NGOs, and industry leaders will be essential to building these supportive ecosystems that have been requested by many organizations. Finally, it's important to encourage sustainable practices in hardware innovation. Promoting the development of environmentally friendly technologies that address climate change and resource scarcity is critical. Supporting startups focused on energy efficiency, waste reduction, and sustainable agriculture through targeted funding and technical support will lead to positive impacts that last. In conclusion, by prioritizing skills development and robust innovation ecosystems, we can empower engineers and social entrepreneurs to effectively tackle global challenges. Initiatives like the EFC Fellowship and iShow are essential in bridging gaps and fostering sustainable solutions. Together, we can create a more resilient and equitable future for all. Thank you. I yield the floor, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Since I don't see our other speaker, I'm guessing he's not in the room. So maybe we open up for just, I'm guessing, like 2 questions, because one question from this side, one question from the other side. Okay, please, go ahead.
Chair. I very much liked this session because, in my opinion, we've gone to the crux of the problem, getting nearer to the solution. The point I'd like to bring here is that while we talk about STI for SDGs, I think this is a subset of what a lot of people have been talking since this morning about STI policy. STI policy is the bigger framework, and STI for SDGs is the subset. Now, if we agree on that point, then we have to look at what the UN is proposing. We got the roadmap already. The roadmap are the 17 SDG goals, the targets and the indicators. Now, I'm not sure whether there has been any work done on the mapping of the amount of STI that each person from Zambia raised that very important point. The amount of STI that we need for the SDGs. But if we take the targets and indicators separately, the answer is there. We know exactly what sort of STI we need. And Professor Donke very rightly pointed out, he gave so good examples of how we can address precisely the SDGs on a target and indicator approach. So my point is, should we go and reinvent the wheel, or should we adopt the UN roadmap of the SDGs targets and indicators? And then countries should then abide by that. I take just one example. I looked at goal number 3, and you have got a series of targets and indicators, which is about health, good health and well-being for all. Now, if you look at just one of them, substantially increase health financing and the recruitment, development, training, and retention of health workforce in developing countries. When you look at the status of nurses and midwives in the African countries, and you compare that with the European countries, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, all sit on average around 1.4 nurses and midwives per million, per thousand, sorry, 1.4 per thousand, right? Now, if you compare that with the European countries or the Australian parts, you find that they are more likely around 13 or 14 per thousand, which is more than 10 times higher. So the point is, what do we do to get the African countries to the level? They're facing a dearth of nurses and midwives. How do we get them to that level? But the question is, should the country do everything on its own? Or should there be a community of countries helping other countries to reach that level? I'm bringing the case because I come from the private sector. Well, I've been the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius for a long time, but now I'm the private sector. And when I look at the private sector, we are developing an education hub, and we have spotted health as a major issue where we can act. So what we're doing, we have established a regional center of nursing where we are providing, training, not only for our local people. Mauritius sits around 3.8 per thousand. So we are bringing to the Mauritian people as well as to the African people. Now, should governments not sit together and say, okay, there's a country doing that. Why should we duplicate and do that on our own? And use the international collaboration to help, and another country can do something else. Simultaneously, we can participate and bring the idea forward. Instead of one country trying to say we should do everything on our own. I don't think that works. So this is the point I'm bringing.
Thank you for that. We'll take just one more comment. And then you, Eugene.
Thank you very much. My name is Manuel Ricardo Galindo Moreno, and I'm with UNESCO. We have heard from many of the speakers today about information gaps, about how often we forget about what information there is in the policies that frame our policy landscape. So mapping this STI policy landscape, it's essential. And we at UNESCO have been working on this for a long time. As a matter of fact, we have supported many of the countries here present. But we also strongly believe that these mapping exercises are really not enough. We need to not only map, but we also need to improve the accessibility of this information. How do we promote the use of this information that we are gathering? So then we need to start thinking about what emerging technologies we have, how can they help us? And we already heard a little bit about how AI can help. And this is why I want to highlight that yes, with UNESCO hosting the Global Observatory for Science, Technology, Innovation Policies, we have made a step towards this by defining some practices of how to collect this STI information and how to put it in an open access platform. But we need to go beyond that, and I think that this is where emerging technologies can help. And with the advent of large language models, we can really try to uncover these different links that we have amongst the different policies. Like that, we can really try to avoid this issue of forgetting what our other policies say. So this is something that it's worth. Yes, this is something that we're already experimenting, and we invite other organizations and countries to join UNESCO in this exploration, how to use large language models to support the policy making. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Moderator. I will be very brief, but I would like to respond to the question that the gentleman has raised. I completely agree that countries should make an effort to work together in specific regions or even in Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. But I believe there are a lot of efforts happening. I should give some examples. The challenge, I believe, is to scale up these efforts and to sustain these efforts. So 2 examples because of time. I've seen colleagues who have worked together in the centers of excellence funded by World Bank in 8 countries, 24 centers of excellence, specialized in very different areas. Here in Addis Ababa, I think they are pharmaceutical, in the North Dawa, agriculture, in Kenya, processing, in Uganda, pharmaceutical, in Mozambique, oil and gas. So there are several centers of excellence working on research and pedagogy to leverage opportunities for collaboration. The challenge is, how do you scale up these opportunities? How do you sustain these opportunities over time? Because I believe some of the centers of excellence are getting less funding and are not going to continue over time.
Another example is the East African Centers of Excellence funded by African Development Bank. I believe in Kenya there is a renal Center of Excellence. In Dar es Salaam there is cardiovascular. In Burundi there is nutrition. In Rwanda there is technology. And so there in Uganda there is cancer. So these centers of excellence are existing. The question is, how do you scale up and how do you sustain these efforts?
Question. I will give our two speakers in the house, I think, to have maybe a final word. For some of the questions, I think that there are no easy answers to them, despite what we think. One of the, I think my colleague from Zambia we can catch over lunch and have a discussion. Our next problem is we are training more doctors than medical facilities. So we are actually training more doctors than the institutions can certify. In other words, they qualified medical doctors, but in order for you to actually practice, you need to spend time in a hospital with qualified, certified doctors, and there are not many places for them. So we have the universities, and so on one hand, you are having fewer doctors in hospitals. But so I think when we look at problems, we should sometimes have a more holistic approach. It's not that that's a question of numbers, because you really need to have more hospitals where these people can work. Otherwise, you end up without doctors also in the streets. So there is, I think, a little more thinking will be needed as we prepare our next guide. With that, I'll give a comment to. You can start, please.
Yeah, I think mine is just to commend a lot of the initiatives that have been shared. But I think I want to share one of the things we are doing as part of this development of the guidebook is, I'm sure many of you would have seen an email from where we have sent out a call for contributions, for example, for this stakeholder matrix. As you know, Danje mentioned a lot of the work that is happening in Mauritius. We would like to utilize some of those cases and showcase how these countries or institutions can actually develop these collaborative partnerships and how they can be scaled up. Because there are also different centers of excellence on the continent who have been in existence for over 20 years. How have they been able to sustain themselves? So we would like, to share with us some of those examples and case studies so that we can build a very strong case and examples which could be utilized by not only policymakers, but also different stakeholders at the local level to support the implementation of the SDGs through the STI. So I think with that, that's probably the comment that I would like to share, and that we'll be reaching out to many of you for these case studies and examples.
I would like to echo the comments made by Professor, I forgot their name, STI4SDG is a part of STI, not the whole. But I think it is important for the government to prioritize the STI4SDG and so prioritize the development policy for science and technology. And also, it is very important to grasp, to embrace the emerging digital technology, especially artificial intelligence, to help us to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. For example, talking about nursing problem, of course we need more nurse per capita, but AI can to some extent to help the given nurse to move some routine work to AI and more concentrate on the more human desired works. So it is a good chance for developing countries, especially for this continent, to leap forward by using emerging digital technology, because AI has sharply reduced the threshold of application of digital technology. So I think more attention should be made for adopt artificial intelligence in our social life and industrialization. So that's my comments.
Thank you very much. With that, I thank our panelists. I'll give them a round of applause, please. least they saved your lunch. So we are gonna break for lunch, and we'll meet at 2, right? Okay, we meet at 2. We have approximately, let's say, 15 minutes. So we meet here at 2 sharp. Thank you very much. Nope. Lunch is not being served. You can go buy lunch. But my colleague, oh, not here. I think the coffee shops and the restaurant are open. It is, yeah, upstairs.
Okay, let us start. Good afternoon. We thematic section to deep challenge of lead sustainable development, science technology for sustainable development roadmap. The discussion is focusing on the challenge related to science, innovation, and the technology. Science technology are the most important, especially for sustainable development. Africa Union Agenda 2063, that's a facility for emerging technologies, agriculture, green energy, healthcare, and education. The great complementary, we have to great complementary with between the UN Agenda 2030, the Africa Union Development 63, and maybe continental agenda or the country agenda. That's complementary role, creating enabling environment within national research and innovation ecosystem to bring sustainable economic development. Therefore, science, technology, innovation roadmap centered to solve the problems related to complex societies. That's the complex society related to the food, feeding system, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, job, social protection, climate change, science, innovation, and the technology as the most important. I saying these key points, I want to give the chance for the keynote introduction for the Dr. Angela, Science, Technology, Innovation for Sustainable Development Goal Project, leader, ACGR's Joint Research Center or Open Commission. She present all virtually. Let us start, maybe she has shared with us a screen.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. I will not share my screen. I don't have a presentation. I will just introduce the topic and then I think it's good to hear from the floor about the challenge like the STI roadmap. Well, today I have a great pleasure to join you this session, although unfortunately I'm only able to do it remotely online, but I will introduce it, providing an overview on the reasoning behind a challenge-led STI roadmaps, and I will try to respond or provide some elements to respond to some of the questions guiding this session. Before we go into the detail, however, in the details of the potential of challenge-led STI roadmaps, I would like to set the scene on this topic by providing an overview of what we mean with these words. As you all know, the landscape of STI policy more in general has changed a lot in the last few decades. Traditionally, the focus of STI policies was on driving economic growth and competitiveness, but the realization of such a narrow focus was then understood as to be insufficient to address the complex and interlinked challenges that we are facing today. So this brought to a reorientation of STI policies towards societal challenges, with an emphasis on fostering a transformational change. This shift is, of course, underpinned by also a theoretical framework that moved from more conventional perspectives of market and system failures and moved to transformative change as its main purpose, as the main purpose of STI policies. This new paradigm calls for innovation policy to actively direct and foster a socially acceptable and desirable transformation towards the ambitious societal goals. And within this framework, the challenge-led STI roadmaps have emerged as systemic instruments for STI policy. They are not only planning tools, they are much more than that. They are strategic frameworks that can orchestrate a slow and gradual shift to challenge-oriented approaches. The roadmaps have the characteristic of being versatile. They serve different functions, from problem framing in specific contexts to help to set agendas and implement projects. They have a time frame. They act in the short, medium, and long term. They integrate also various methods and tools, like, for example, foresight, strategic planning, and so on and so forth. So moving to the key questions of today's session, and focusing a bit more on the interdisciplinary aspects and collaboration and stakeholder engagement. How challenge-led STI roadmaps can contribute to this. So the development of this roadmaps requires concerted effort to enhance interdisciplinary collaboration and stakeholder engagement. To achieve this, we found in our work at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission that is of vital importance to employ participatory processes that bring together diverse group of stakeholders from government, academia, private sector, and civil society. This, of course, fosters a co-creation environment in which all the stakeholders feel involved in the process. And through this, it's possible to ensure that the roadmaps reflect a shared vision from the community, from all the stakeholders. They create also local ownership, and they foster collective commitment to address the sustainability challenges. Moving to another topic that is discussed in this session about managing synergies and trade-offs in the context of challenge-led STI roadmaps. This is also another critical aspect when designing roadmaps. This requires a systemic intervention approach that mobilizes a portfolio of policy instruments across various topics, various fields of competences. And once again, this requires the involvement and the collaboration of different ministries and also stakeholders. By considering a policy mix that includes different goals and tools, it is possible to contribute to address in this way the complexities of sustainability transitions in a way that it's as much as comprehensive as possible and takes into account the interlinkages and the synergies among the different challenges and solutions as well. In this context, I believe that evidence-based decision-making is key. The availability of data, the quality of measurements are very important, together with developing new sources of evidence and innovative approaches to identifying and measuring outcomes and impacts of policy interventions. In the past couple of years, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where I sit, has been at the forefront of developing STI4SDGs roadmaps using a challenge-led approach in several countries, in particular in Africa. The approach we used focused on the localized and unique challenges and specificities of each country, ensuring also a tailor-made approach and tailor-made support to each of these partner countries. To give you an example of the challenges on which we focused, we worked, as I said, with 5 African countries. In the Gambia, for example, the focus was on leveraging STI to enhance food self-sufficiency. In Mauritius, the roadmap centered on harnessing STI to reduce non-communicable diseases. In Namibia, the focus was more on on the mobilization of STI to strengthen the resilience of rural communities to climate change. In Rwanda, again, the optimization of food systems with a focus on resources optimization. So again, the synergies between the use of land, water, and energy resources. And finally, in Seychelles, the focus was on the use of STI to improve energy efficiency and the adoption, the uptake of renewable energy. All these experiences have underscored so far the importance of aligning roadmaps with local and international agendas, focusing on country-specific challenges and ensuring methodological adaptability. The JRC systemic approach and participatory methods have been useful in this, and they have ensured that the roadmaps were evidence-based, tailored to the unique context of each country, and very participatory, thanks to the contribution of all the stakeholders. Altogether, throughout the project, we held more than 10 workshops, hybrid and in person, and more than 100 stakeholders were interviewed in bilateral sessions. This approach, we believe, not only facilitates the alignment of roadmaps with national development plans and international frameworks, but also make sure that the roadmaps are goal-oriented and prioritized in alignment with the local needs, but also to the global agendas. So just to conclude, I think that it's important to develop more of challenge-led STI roadmaps as they are powerful tools to redirect innovation, science, technology to more pressing, to the most pressing societal needs, and to route these roadmaps to local challenges. To conclude, really the message here is to use interdisciplinary collaboration, managing the synergies of SDGs, and drawing on regional experiences can help, can contribute significantly to the progress towards the SDGs. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much for a nice presentation, focusing on a linkage, trade-off, co-creation, even local issue related to each African, maybe continental or the country. That is great important for science, innovation, and the technology. To solve this one, interdisciplinary measurement is important. She already said. I think this one, I give the chance for the panelists, our panelists, some of all virtual, some of them around within meeting. First of all, for the Matika Kotjana from UN's Sustainable Goal, 10 members of group, Professor, Tokyo University, Japan, and the Prime President. Maybe she may be related to this challenge issue. Maybe focusing on maybe the expanse also related to the sustainable development, how to solve, how to address the issue of this problem, maybe the partner, co-creation, linkage, private investments, so on.
Thank you very much. So in the morning, I spoke as one of the 10-member group of UN, but now I'm speaking as a Japanese. So I would like to introduce some Japanese practice and good practice. I have been involved in Japanese science and technology policy as a member of the STI, Council of Science, Technology, Innovation, for 8 years, from 2014 to 2021. The central mission of the STI, chaired by the Prime Minister, is to formulate a 5-year action plan on science and technology, which is called Science Technology-Based Plan. In the 5th and 6th plans, which I'm involved, we propose the notion Society 5.0 as a society that is a society sustainable and resilient against the threat and unpredictable and uncertain situation that ensures the safety and security of the people and the individual to realize diverse well-being and decided STI action plan to realize Society 5.0. And as here, that is very similar to what UN SDGs, STI4SDGs aiming to achieve. Through the process, we found necessity of including contribution from social science and humanity, and thus this led a revision of the Basic Act of Science and Technology, which was made for the first time in 25 years. In addition, various national projects such as Moonshot, SIP, and Sacred has been performed for the society where everyone can realize diverse well-being by developing digital technology and integrated data. Japan is now faced with many difficult issues such as the aging and declining population, extreme natural disaster, and global climate change. So this issue should be addressed and resolved by science and technology so that we may bring a better future to our society. The government drew up a vision of a kind of society that should exist in 15 years' time and identify the challenges needed to be achieved in taking backcasting approaches. Based on this, 9 ambitious goals were set. These include food, energy, disease-free, disaster prevention, and longevity, quantum computer, AI and robotics, and weather control, a digital twin of ocean, and peace of mind. They have been conducted as collaborative projects of government, university, industry, or government, academia, industry. Japan has a responsibility to explore the social model as an issue-oriented country. So key message we have learned through this program is that it is vital to take coherent action, platform for integrated information across domain, find optimal solution on trade-off SDGs and make synergy. I would like to discuss today how we share all these initiatives developed in the world to take collective action to save our planet.
So much for sharing the Japanese experts. That's important too. How to tackle the problem by science, innovation, and the technology. Thank you so much. Maybe the next presenter, maybe Mario, maybe online. Mario Sarwan, Senior Economist, Committee for Science Technology Policy, Science Technology Policy Division, Director of Science and the Technology. Maybe online? No. Maybe I pass to Professor Walter from Director General of CEO National Commission for Science and the Technology of Nakista from the Kenya. Maybe just how this align with African development, science roadmap. I mean, many things raised in the morning discussion, how this roadmap align with the science, technology, innovation with Africa. How solve this issue related to the challenges in the continent of Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Probably I could share the Kenyan experience. Kenya having been one of the 6 countries that participated in the original global pilot program of Alliance. The other countries were Ethiopia, Ghana, India, Serbia, and Ukraine. And as this program was being spearheaded by our institution, that's the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, and our national treasury, we experienced quite some challenges in the initial stages. And one of them was the inability of ordinary citizens of the country to contextualize the SDG programs in relation to their local context. And I've heard other presenters talk about that element of political will. In the absence of political will, it's very, very difficult one of the areas that we ask framework for the future framework to figure out how do you bring political will on. Other areas of seeing such meetings sometimes invite high-level participants for the buy-in, makes it easy for those implementing succeed. We also noticed it was even more difficult to attract the attention of key decision makers who needed quick fix solutions to prevailing matters of public concern, as well as a clear demonstration as to the likely impact of STI4SDGs. What are the impacts? What are the expected outcomes? And within which timelines is a big issue. Is it after 1 year? Is it after the second year? Without that, it's very difficult for the government to allocate resources, even for the timelines to discuss. However, we also noticed that the emergence of COVID had a positive side, as much as so many people lost their lives. And we saw matters of science, technology, and innovation being escalated at the highest levels of government. And starting with, I think, in 2023, as our country was celebrating our National Day, His Excellency, the President, the Head of State, decided that that day was dedicated to technology advancements in the country. And in that, the President made a very powerful decision, I think publicly, and that one, he declared that Kenya will be using technology to deepen the trust and strengthen public confidence in government. And this involved now, this was a directive to all the ministries, departments, and agencies in Kenya. It has had a very strong effect. And this was followed, I think, last year in September, where the President of Kenya chaired one of the high-level sessions at the UN Assembly. This was in September 2023. And he deliberately picked on one of the game changers, which was applying science, technology, and innovation for development. Yeah, having said that, also I think other things Kenya is doing, one of them is instituting what they're calling science, technology, innovation mainstreaming. And all ministries, departments, and agencies are required to give a quarterly report on matters of RSTI. This again is being coordinated by our agency. We have metrics there which are aligned with a number of global metrics. And what we saw, what you've just seen, when the outcome or the results of the Global Innovation Index by WIPO came in, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, Kenya's rankings had improved from, I think, number 100 to 96. And within, I think, Sub-Saharan Africa, I think we were 4th, South Africa, Botswana, and Senegal. And that is for the first time, the MDA seeing the value of the data that they're providing. So we're also asking even for the AU, as you undertake the revision of STISA, or the STI strategy for Africa, how did the countries perform in the previous one which is outdated? And what will be the metrics of judging moving forward? What will be the metrics of knowing whether Africa's performed? Without data, without measuring ourselves to certain targets, is very difficult. So those are some of the interventions that we see. And just as I conclude, also Kenya, I think countrywide, they've developed what we're calling a 12-point priority areas on science, technology, innovation. And it cuts across, includes even matters of security, what the impact of science, technology, and security. Yes, Kenya has also appointed a special envoy on technology. And just like Ghana, they've established a Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. I think the nominees are yet to be made. Unlike Ghana, we are yet to establish an interministerial coordinating council like Ghana. That enables the buy-in to the highest levels of government. Kenya is also establishing what they're calling special degree awarding institutions, starting one of them, I think, at the National Defense University, which will be focused on how to deploy science and technology into national security matters. Another one is coming dedicated to science, technology, and innovation. What's the way forward? Quickly, we just want to, in our thinking, request that we could be talking of what are the potential impacts of science, technology, public safety, and security. What is the dual use of technology? It happened to be also the focal point on biological convention. And sometimes we talk about the positive side. What are the negative sides of AI, for example? So that when we come up with solutions and plans, we need to figure out what are the negative sides. An emerging area globally is on research security and research integrity, which is going to affect how we collaborate. We have seen the G7 coming up with statements on how matters of research security and integrity happen. This is an urgent area, particularly for Africa. What level do you release information, for what purposes, and to whom? The other one, and lastly, is public engagement in development. Most of these things have been done at high level. So when you make the policy like the AU policy or the STI policy in a country, then you try to implement it, if it is not related to what the aspirations of the country are, the priorities of the country are, it becomes a problem. And particularly for Africa, which is the numbers of the youth is exactly reverse of what is happening in Japan. The numbers of the youth is drastically increasing, and I think it's positive. So the youth are in a hurry to get to know what is the impact of STI. So how do we bring in public engagement when it comes with these policies so that the public are able to validate? It's not done at high level, and then you come and implement. So with that, Chairperson, allow me to hand back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Is raised about the political willingness, especially in science and the technology. He shared the Kenyan experts related to other African country, also other global innovation in this, how to improve that one. Also, when you use as this emerging technology, you have to think about two sides, the positive side and the negative one. Thank you so much. I think this one, I go to maybe now